The first decade of Major League Soccer has transformed the American sports landscape from one of potential to one of excitement and passion. The league attracts the best of American and international talent. And one club has set the standard of excellence, unmatched by any other. The Los Angeles Galaxy has served host to the young league's most dynamic performers and its most thrilling moments. It was a decade of achievement, a decade of glory, a decade of stars.
When FIFA awarded the 1994 World Cup to the United States, they asked us to do three things. One, stage a successful World Cup. Two, improve the fortunes of soccer generally in the United States. And three, create a Division I professional outdoor soccer league. Well, we've done it.
Top-flight soccer had been missing from the American sports scene since the demise of the North American Soccer League in the 1980s. With the successful bid to host the FIFA World Cup USA 1994, came the mandate to establish a top professional division for the world's most popular sport. And thus, Major League Soccer was chartered in December of 1993. Plans were laid to launch play with 10 teams in the spring of '96. The league's clubs, partners, and sponsors were presented in October of '95 as New York's Palladium played host to MLS Unveiled.
LA is a soccer town. It was clear that the city was ready for soccer. It was clear that the market wanted soccer, that it was time for this great sport that we all love in this country to take shape and take off.
To form a team out of just a blanket of names is a very difficult thing to do, and the Galaxy did it well, and I think they knew the personality of the players.
I think one of the remarkable things about how we built the original team was we built a soccer team first and foremost, but I think we really shaped the team in a way that reflected the city that we were trying to break into.
Definitely a bit of a melting pot Cienfuegos coming in from his country, Hurtado coming in, Campos coming in, and then all these American players that have been playing, throughout the world, some of them, and some of them just had regular jobs down the street, and some of them coming right straight out of college.
Well, I think soccer is special. There's a special language. It's different. If you play soccer, you understand it.
And of course, Lothar Osiander was my selection for our original head coach, and he did a marvelous job for us.
I was thrilled. I was very proud just to have been picked by Lothar Osiander. It was probably the last place I thought I would ever end up. I was an East Coast kid. I had always played in the Northeast, but I ended up in LA, and with Lothar, I just, I was willing to run through a wall for him.
After the '94 World Cup, I played in England, went down to Brazil, was playing down in Brazil, and finally got to the situation if I was going to come back to which team. And for me, there was no choice except LA at that time.
El miedo de llegar acá y hacer bien las cosas.
At first, I was intimidated about coming here and playing well. I wanted to play well here in the United States for my first time, and that was a concern that I had. But after we got onto the field and we began to play soccer, all those concerns went away.
Three years before, as we were going into college, we weren't really sure what we would do when college finished. And Dan, Robin, all those guys who had made their careers in other places, and they took the hard road to getting back to the MLS and staying as professional athletes and professional soccer players. For us, it was easier. The timing was amazing, that we finished playing in December. In February, get drafted by the Galaxy. I don't have to leave cities. I can continue going to school. Play with a great group of guys, and Lothar as a coach, it was, that's something I'll remember forever.
Sure, for me, the talks began when I came to Anaheim to play in the Gold Cup in January of 1996. And plans were in place for the league to be formed, and they were beginning to talk to new players.
It was very challenging to be able to do both of them at the same time, but I think anybody who listened to the interviews that I did while I was on Melrose Place knew that I was a soccer player long before I was an actor. I played over in Africa and Zimbabwe and Dartmouth before that, and so I was kind of hoping the league would have started a few years earlier.
Well, I imagine everyone was aware there were 1.5 million Salvadorans in Los Angeles, and that I was a person that was known to them. But at the same time, there was discussion that I could possibly play in Washington, D.C. I also have a lot of countrymen there as well, and that was a possibility. But no, that didn't happen. In reality, it looked good for me to come to Los Angeles. For me, it was a fabulous option to end up to play soccer in this city. It was funny. We didn't know each other. There were a few players you knew. Some you had seen on TV, but not all of them. But it was special, the way we came together, and we all got along very well.
It was definitely a little bit of a dream come true to be able to play in America. I think every American player during those years was rooting very hard to have MLS start.
Yo pienso que tenía lo más importante, que eran jugadores, ¿no?
I think we had the most important thing. We had the players. We had players that had good experience. We had players who wanted soccer to have a lasting impression in the United States. I think we did a good job of that with the coaches and the players that we had. In 1996, we got the league off to a good start.
It was always a critically important thing that this league had to make it. It really was our last chance in a generation, I think, to make soccer go in this country. We've always shaped this team to be a team of the people. I think one of the most befitting tributes to some of our early work was the fact that We had stadiums that were shared by just an array of ethnicities that could circle around a sport that they shared in common. And I think it did wonders for this city. They were exciting years, and there were years that I think we'll all share. Everybody was a part of that. We'll share and remember quite fondly.
Those are the great days, you know, of the original team that we had together. That first year was a lot of fun.
Everyone was trying to get to know each other, so all the new players would come in, you know, get an apartment together and, you know, tear up the town in Pasadena.
You know, to some extent, we were kind of like rock stars, you know. We all kind of lived in and around Pasadena. We won games, we went out and enjoyed ourselves after, and it was just a different kind of lifestyle. You know, so what I remember most, the relationships. It was about the relationships.
Mira, era algo difícil, ¿no? Porque
Well, it's somewhat difficult, isn't it?
no se forma de la noche a la
Because you don't just start a team overnight.
Como era una liga nueva,
But to begin a new league is something different.
en los Estados Unidos,
Something new in the United States.
sabíamos que con el tiempo
We knew that with time, it would eventually come together.
llegar a dar. Entonces, el haber
It came
convivido
together with people like
mexicana como
Mexicans like Jorge Campos,
Hurtado, ecuatoriano,
like Hurtado, who is Ecuadorian,
con gente, con Harut Karapetian,
with people like Harut Karapetian, who was Armenian,
Talisman, que es originario de aquí, pero que
and with
también
Danny
había estado
Kalichman,
jugando
who had played on American teams and had played in Japan,
Vani, que venía de la universidad,
with Greg Vanny, who was from
Armas, que
university,
también era un muchacho jovencito,
with Chris Armas, who was another
que
youngster,
un poquito del profesionalismo,
and they were now playing professionally,
Salcedo, también que venía de la universidad.
and Jorge Salcedo,
Creo que
another player from
todos
university.
veníamos ilusionados en querer hacer
I think we all
bien
came with the vision of
y en
making this league a
decirle
success,
al
and to
mundo
show the world
que
that we
aquí
could
esta
form a
liga
league here,
iba a ser,
a league that would be
una liga
competitive.
competitiva.
Each club's roster was started with 5 players allocated by the league to establish parity and market appeal. The club's original allocations were goalkeeper Jorge Campos, defender Dan Kalichman, forward Eduardo Hurtado, and midfielders Mauricio Cienfuegos and Kobe Jones. As the league's first international signing, Campos was the team's initial allocation. The flamboyant Mexican keeper was world-renowned and gave the club instant star power.
Sawatzki goes near post and Campos wants to slam it over the line. The bang in Campos with a big stop. Well, your big stars do that, Rich. Forward, Jorge Campos pushing forward on his own. Campos across the midfield line.
Like his role in the Mexican national side, Campos would see time at both goalkeeper and forward, his ability in open play adding to the club's potent attack. Kalichman anchored the central defense and was the club's first captain. A product of Division III Williams College, the Americans' professional experience included stints in Japan's J-League and the A-League. Cienfuegos was a mainstay in the Salvadoran national side and joined MLS following professional stints in his homeland and in Mexico. He would emerge as one of the league's premier playmakers, and his popularity was unrivaled. He became the axis around which the club's attack would revolve for years to come. Eduardo Hurtado was a name unfamiliar to most American soccer fans. By scorching opposing defenses for a team leading 21 goals, he became the hottest property in the young league. Arriving in MLS from his native Ecuador, his combination of strength and skill made him nearly unstoppable in his debut season, earning him the nickname El Tanque. The club's final allocation was U.S. international Kobe Jones, a participant of the '94 World Cup. The former UCLA standout made an immediate impact, and the club's identity would be branded with his tenacity for the next decade.
Dangerous here. Taps up the shot fire.
The people, when we came onto the field, it was something special, something I'll never forget. I'll carry that with me always.
Nearly 70,000 fans saw the club debut with a 2-1 victory over the Metro Stars at the Rose Bowl in mid-April. Kobe Jones would notch the first goal in club history. And a second-half strike would double the lead.
With a 2-0 lead.
The victory launched a 12-match winning streak in which the Galaxy netted 30 goals, including 2 hat tricks from Eduardo Hurtado.
He was El Tanque. There has been no one like him since he has left the league. Yeah, he scored some amazing goals. One I remember against Tampa Bay where Clay Koyman, who was this big, strong central defender, Eduardo just kind of held him off with one arm. I mean, you have to be so strong to do that and then just passed it in, you know, with Koyman kind of clawing at him, but not strong enough to get by him.
The first year we started off 12-0. It was an exciting start. Everywhere we went, we had big crowds, and we played a match after the U.S. played Mexico with like 90,000 people there.
An experience that was very special for me. To play for Mexico in the Gold Cup, and then to play later in the day for my club, the Galaxy.
Look out, opportunity here, hit the crossbar. It hit the crossbar and bounded down. Ahead. Here's Robin Fraser overlapping the shot for goal! Robin Fraser. Right down the middle of the park.
Cienfuegos' shootout goal gave the Galaxy the win before the largest crowd in MLS history.
In life, that's what you enjoy. It's one of those moments you'll never forget.
Those days were great, you know, and we don't really see too many of those days anymore. Still, even in France or here, that was exciting. It was an exciting time for the league and for us as players.
A wonderful '96 season, and then we hit the playoffs, and we're flying high, and we played San Jose, and we beat San Jose, and then we moved on to Kansas City. And Greg, I think, scores these great goals.
It was the second round. We were playing Kansas City, and the first match was at our place.
Watch out, he's got a left foot there. It goes! He scored!
We won the first match. We go to Kansas City. Probably 15, 20 minutes into that match, I get called for a PK. I'm starting to feel a little bit like I'm a GOAT. You know, I didn't think it was warranted, but that's the way it goes. And again, 15 minutes or so left in the match. We did the same play, rolled it back, I ran up, I hit it as hard as I could. 1-1, we go into to shootout. I was the 5th shooter, it was tied, and if I scored, we won. And I think I think I'm right on this story. So I was the fifth shooter and scored that fifth one. So I went from GOAT to kind of the hero, you know, all in one as the rookie guy. We went to the final that year, and the rest was history.
But during that process, I unfortunately acquired a second yellow card.
He got through it. Here he comes. The cue tripped up by Kalitman. That should be a card. And yes, indeed, Dan Kalitman will get a yellow card, his second of the playoffs.
I appealed to the league, but the league was not going to allow me to play in the championship game, which I thought was, you know, just unfair.
Without their captain, the club would enter MLS Cup 1996 to face Eastern Conference champions DC United.
Just seconds away from the opening kickoff.
Amid driving rains and gusting winds, Foxborough Stadium played host to the league's inaugural title match. 35,000 fans would witness a classic battle that stands as one of the most thrilling encounters in a decade of Major League Soccer.
Magic in the middle, the header! Goal! Cienfuegos to Hurtado, and LA strikes first. Lifting it through, Williams open, and he touches it over the net. Hurtado taken down, play on advantage, Armas in the box, the left foot shot, goal! Hurtado was tripped. The referee says play on, and Armas capitalizes with the second goal of the game. In the area, chested down, Diaz Arce hits it over the bar. He has not missed many from that close this year. Echeverry finding Hartz in the full run, and good handling of the ball in this wet condition towards the far side. Campos skies to grab it at the edge of the 6. Into the area, Simpson, loose ball, chipped in towards the net, off the bar by Kobe Jones. Campos beaten at the far post. Towards the post, loose in the area, shot by Medved, falls for the goal! We're tied at 2! Echeverry dribbles into the area, Echeverry down the end line, across the middle, off the post! The ball goes in the net, but they're going to wave it off.
They have to call him offside because he's the one that kept it in play.
Diaz Arce onside. Campos out. Diaz Arce, the shot over the bar. Jaime Moreno, near side, looking for Diaz Arce in the middle. Moreno double teamed, and it'll be a corner kick for DC. Sean Medved calling for the corner, will spin towards the box, and the 6, it's headed home! Eddie Pope! And DC United stands alone as champions of Major League Soccer.
That game definitely had everything that, you know, any championship game should have. It's something that was great for American soccer, you know, to see a game like that, you know, where it's exciting, it comes down to the last minute, it comes down to overtime, and in 20 years from now, when they're talking about, you know, great classics in soccer history in the United States, that's going to be there.
The 1997 season offered a fresh start as the club returned all the star players from the '96 Cup final team.
Shot and just over the crossbar.
But early results were hard to come by, and the Galaxy managed just one victory in the season's first 8 matches.
Michonne is there, and somehow Michonne misses it. Tanner and Butt taken down, no call. And we're going to get a penalty kick. We're going to get a red card. Here's Armas, the drive hit the post. What do we have here?
A contrast to the year before, and goal scoring not the only problem, as the defending Western Conference champions continued to struggle. With no relief in sight, it was time for a change. Assistant coach Octavio Zambrano assumed head coaching duties in mid-June. His first match in charge against Carlos Valderrama and the Mutiny.
Petchian comes in with the shot, saved by it. Bobby Jones buries it. It's a 2-0 Galaxy lead. Welton goes to the end line, wins the battle, gets right by Duhaney, drops it back, shot saved Budnick. Shot, goal, Cienfuegos. No help for Budnick in front.
Relief came from familiar faces and newcomers alike. The 4-1 victory helping stop the slide.
Martin Michonne. It looks like a long flight back to Tampa Bay.
The addition of Martin Michonne and Brazilian Welton recharged the club's offense that had managed only 9 goals in the first 12 outings.
The first day I met the entire team, I thought it was meant to be. I knew it was going to be tough, a lot of responsibility. Being from Guatemala, we don't produce a lot of soccer players that can play outside Guatemala, or at least we do, but people don't go and get a Guatemalan to. I was excited, and I knew there were going to be a lot of Guatemalans fans, and that was going to help me too, because they were going to go to the stadiums and cheer for me, and that way it made me be relaxed and play better.
Welton had arrived in a preseason trade with the Revolution and netted 11 goals en route to a breakout year.
Would you believe it? He comes back to haunt the Revolution.
His speed and finishing touch adding another dimension to the club's resurgent attack.
And surely, thanks to Welton, the points are in the bag.
Hurtado again showed the force that earned him the nickname El Tanque.
From the beginning, I had a good relationship with El Tanque. First off the fields, and then on the fields. I think it was beautiful. We understood how each other played.
With just 1 goal at the season's midway point, he regained the form that would lead the way toward the club's second postseason appearance.
Yeah, I think it was in Dallas. Jorge transitioned from playing in goal to playing in the field. He came forward enough to play the ball to me, and I was able to finish.
The club welcomed the mid-season acquisition of Ezra Hendrickson from the Metro Stars in August. The versatile defender would also provide for the club's attack in coming seasons. Another key off-season acquisition was U.S. international Paul Caligiuri. The Los Angeles native was a 2-time World Cup veteran with professional experience in the German Bundesliga.
I grew up here in Southern California, and I was really looking forward to moving back home because I was well into my career by that time. And for me to leave the Bundesliga, I wanted to relocate my family back to Los Angeles, and I was really looking forward to playing for the Galaxy. But my heart's always been in this country because I played with the national team, I don't want to say how many years because it'll age me, but hey, a long time. And we did a lot to get soccer to those stages, so I was more than excited to come back and be a part of what I believe is the beginning of a great thing.
Caligiuri bolstered the club's defense that would notch a league-leading 9 shutouts before a trio of goalkeepers: Jorge Campos, David Kramer, and newcomer Kevin Hartman.
Lothar Osiander picked me up in the draft. It was pretty close to the last pick of the draft, I think, so the opportunity presented itself. I was ecstatic.
Sure, I liked him very much. He was a special keeper, a different style, and I liked his character, the way he played. You can see he's grown a lot as a player. And when I see him play, I smile because I remember when he arrived.
Yeah, Jorge Campos was somebody who's an unbelievable person. Flamboyant, brought a lot of fans out to the game. Somebody that the average soccer fan could really identify with because he looked like he really enjoyed what he was doing. You look at Jorge Campos, you see what he accomplished in his career, and he was somebody that I really respected and I wanted to learn from, and the opportunity that I had to learn from him was something that I still relish today.
Sure, I think when he came as a young player, he played very well. He was a little bit hyper, but he learned a lot. I hope he learned from me, because when I was young, I learned a lot from other keepers.
He told me that I was a very good goalkeeper and probably a better goalkeeper than he was, but he was able to come off of his line and take chances, and sometimes he got caught taking chances, but at the same time, he was making saves on crosses and making things that most goalkeepers wouldn't be able to just because of his anticipations.
I think playing the Rose Bowl was great, especially when you're playing in the World Cup in front of 90,000 spectators, huge crowds. And it's been a good facility for soccer in this country. But finally, you know, moving ourselves out of Lot K. Lot K, for those people that don't know, was our practice site. It was a little grass field where people parked their cars during the games. That was actually our practice field.
Sometimes we had to practice outside the Rose Bowl.
Picking up glass from the practice fields and throwing them out before practice.
People riding bikes.
During practice, taking glass out of your leg.
That's when we sometimes had to practice in Area H, outside the Rose Bowl.
At the end of practice, taking glass off the field. I mean,
But no, on the contrary, we always had a good time. We didn't look at it as a bad thing.
For us, it was fun. I mean, we didn't care.
It may have been something difficult, but we felt like it helped us in the end.
Despite the early struggles, Zambrano had orchestrated a turnaround by combining the new talent with the core of established players.
A lot of great players were also great persons, and I made a great friendship with all of them. Kevin, Kobe, with Cien, with Hurtado. We learned how to enjoy the game. I mean, we knew it was pressure because everybody wanted us to win, but also I think we kind of put that apart and just go out there and play for fun.
It's been a good matchup, especially for Welton. Kobe Jones gets away from Chronopoulos. Clubbing, weaving. Kobe Jones with a Galaxy. The flick into the box. There's no offside. And in the middle this time, a goal! Kobe Jones was on the spot. A dance of delight. And LA takes the lead. The whistle is sounded. And the match is over. Kobe Jones, our Pepsi player of the game. His goal breaking the deadlock in the 79th minute. Jones enjoying a superb night.
Beginning with a July 4th shutout of the Revolution, the side won 12 of the remaining 17 matches, including their final 6, good for a second-place finish in the Western Conference.
No viajó a Minnesota para jugar el amistoso del miércoles. Se cuenta ahora porque viene Clavetier para la primera,
Caligiuri on the near side might have kept De Avila on. Lucky it didn't end up in a goal. Nice play by Hurtado making the run. He's in the goal. Macho for the goal. Martin Macho puts the Galaxy up 1-0.
The Galaxy's second postseason appearance featured a contentious matchup with the Dallas Burn.
Armas got by Eck. Centers punched out by Dono. Armas now for the Galaxy. By Dodd. Missed it, hit the post. Oh, mama. He misses. He's got to make it to continue this thing. And Dallas wins game 1 of this.
The series moved to the Cotton Bowl, with the Galaxy facing elimination, and Dallas struck early.
Washington. Ball settled. The drive. The post. Alon Suter towards the area. Pena can't catch up with it. He scores. It's 2-0. Whoa! What is that? A clothesline from Mark Dodd.
It's going to be a red card.
Caligiuri goes down.
That's going to be
now Kalicman and Wayne Weber squaring off.
Tempers flaring.
Center in front. Opportunity. Armas blasted over the left foot.
With the second campaign in the books, the offseason offered new challenges, with league expansion on the horizon.
Very difficult situation.
For me, it was very important to start in Los Angeles. Always I have been treated really well here. All the Mexicans living in Los Angeles treated me really well. Excellent. I'm very appreciative of that. And that motivated me to play here, and it motivated me as I continued to play football. It was nice. It was special to be a part of the Galaxy at the start of Major League Soccer. To be one of the first players to play for a new league, it was emotional, and the experiences I had were unforgettable. Sure. Jorge, he always gave it something special, didn't he? He was excited in the dressing room, he was excited on the field, he didn't worry, he was always enjoying himself, enjoying the game. That's what it was about for him. Football is for people to come together and to enjoy. Instead of coming to the game with a lot of tension, instead to come to give the fans what they want to see, to give the fans a great experience. That's why they buy a ticket. I think we've lost these players like Jorge, who always give the fans a good show, always gave them a different experience. That way the fans will stay in the game and they will always be interested in football.
The 1998 season opened with the league's first expansion phase, with new clubs placed in Chicago and Miami. Both cities had enjoyed success in the North American Soccer League, and the fire gave Major League Soccer a foothold in the nation's third largest market. But the Galaxy felt the league's growing pains, surrendering starting goalkeeper Jorge Campos and midfielder Chris Armas to the fire in expansion-related player moves.
Peter Wilt, the GM from Chicago, pulled off a coup by getting Chris Armas away from the Galaxy. Unfortunately, we had to trade 2 of our protected players to get 2 unprotected players back so that we'd be able to cope with the expansion draft dilemma. Jorge Campos wasn't going to be back until June or July. I was left unprotected. So Chicago saw that and picked me, knowing that the Galaxy would be at a loss for a goalkeeper. And they were able to get Chris Armas away from the Galaxy, which has always been a real turning point in the history of this club. I think that Chris Armas was somebody that was a great player.
An early season trade sent Eduardo Hurtado to the Metro Stars. And the team suffered a blow when captain Dan Kalichman sustained a broken leg against the Rapids in May. Kalichman's season was ended. It would be his final appearance for the club. Clint Mathis was acquired in the off-season collegiate draft, along with Joe Franchino, Matt Reese, and Daniel Hernandez.
Hernandez scores, and the LA Galaxy have won.
Second-year man Kevin Hartman assumed first-team duty in goal. The UCLA product bagging 7 shutouts en route to a league-high 22 wins. The Galaxy would also welcome the mid-season arrival of Mexican international Carlos Hermosillo, a legendary goal scorer with over 90 caps, who led the Mexican national team and First Division in scoring for most of his career.
Because I love Los Angeles, because I liked the Galaxy since Jorge Campos came to play here, I was always attracted to this team.
Sí, mira, Carlos, desde que
Yeah. See, Carlos is a guy who, since I was introduced to him and played against him, he struck me as a great person, a certain type of person. I think because he was always very professional and very focused.
In 1998, it was an incredible feeling as you walked onto the field. Prior to the whistle blowing, you had this sense of total confidence, and you had a freedom of playing, and it brought out the creativity of everybody, and we just went for goals.
98 season, that's the season that everyone still talks about here, you know. It's a great season. I can remember, you know, Welton and I playing up front. Who's going to score first? You know, that was just the attitude of the whole team. There was a shootout for us every time. It wasn't just, you know, me with 19 goals, Welton with 18 goals. You know, we also had Cienfuegos with like 7, 8 goals, Machon with like 8 goals, Mathis with like 9 goals, you know, so it was everybody was participating, and everyone on that team had that attitude of, okay, we might be conceding a few, but, you know, we're going to go out and we're going to score even more.
98 was great. We were very close, and that was the chemistry that made us score goals everywhere. I mean, we scored goals everywhere. Every stadium we scored. We had a streak of the first 10 games. We won the first 10 games.
Touch from Marchand, shot, goal! The Los Angeles Galaxy get another opportunity to play with it in the Mutiny box, and Martin Marchand comes up with the goal to put the Galaxy ahead 2-1.
Well, Octavio Zambrano's got to be happy with Martin Marchand and the rest of his ball club, and the fans, of course.
Coach Zambrano definitely was focusing on the offensive aspect of the game.
This is Welton, the Brazilian, stepping in. Nice touch to Kobe Jones. Jones with the hat trick. Jones with 3. Are you kidding me with this Kobe Jones? They are on the same page, but Balboa runs it down. Welton still on the ball. Welton gets his second goal of the game. That's all hard work by Welton. This shark still hungry. Nice run by Cienfuegos. Dummies into the end line. Cienfuegos dropping it back. Still there's back post. 30. Touch it home goal. 4-1 LA. Hendrickson, goal. It just doesn't get any easier than that. 5-1 LA.
LA is always its own standard. That's just a matter of fact.
Escar Petting on the ball again with that left foot deflected. Oh my, near post goal. It's 7-1 LA.
LA, you have to win. You know, that's all it is. LA has to be winners. If you're not winners here in LA, you're not going to survive.
And goals were the real story of '98. The Galaxy would total 85 goals in regular season play, smashing the league mark of 70.
Kobe Jones! Kobe Jones, 2 quick goals. Kobe Jones! Kobe Jones for the goal. It's 4-0. It's Walton again. Walton makes it 2-0. Los Angeles Galaxy goal for Walton. The Brazilian Welton. Cienfuegos to goal! Another goal, it's 7 on the night. Mauricio, the shot, the goal! Mauricio Cienfuegos. Martin comes up with a goal to put the Galaxy ahead 2-1. Hermosillo. Hermosillo with the goal. Score, Hermosillo. Hermosillo, goal! Mathis puts the Galaxy in the lead with 4 minutes left. Hendrickson, goal! Hendrickson, goal! Hartman to the rescue for the Galaxy. The save! Hartman again coming up big. What a grab by Hartman. Saved by Hartman. Sean Hartman saves.
Other cities had fans showing up for the Galaxies. It was exciting. We went on this incredible run. We scored the most goals in one season, which is often talked about, but we also allowed the least goals.
The back four of Robin Fraser, Paul Caligiuri, Ezra Hendrickson, and Greg Vanney held opponents to just 44 goals scored in the regular season.
Oh, what a tackle by Vanney. Great tackle.
Conceding just 10 goals through all of August and September, the Galaxy rolled into the postseason and a first-round pairing with Dallas.
Hermosillo's got 2. LA's got 4. Argentina. LA is deep again. Dade blocked it, but he gave it away. Topo, rebound, goal, Welton.
A 6-1 victory in the series opener suggested the Galaxy would be on their way to another appearance in the Western Conference Finals. But when the series returned to Dallas, LA would find themselves trailing by 2 goals in the second half. But with 30 minutes to play, Mauricio Cienfuegos would jumpstart the comeback, providing first to Ezra Hendrickson at close range, and next to the head of Paul Caligiuri from a set piece, setting up a dramatic late game winner from first-year man Clint Mathis. The rookie's first playoff strike was enough to eliminate the burn and set the stage for a Western Conference showdown with the expansion Chicago Fire. The series winners would punch their ticket to MLS Cup '98.
But can't
Game 1 was tightly contested, and scoring opportunities were precious.
Crosses it to the back post. Hendrickson, the header. Ball knocked down. Here's a shot. Deflected out in front.
And tempers flared, with the Galaxy holding firm to their home field advantage. The game remained scoreless until the 86th minute, when Chicago finally broke the deadlock.
Shot deflects in front, rebound, and a goal! Chicago has taken the lead. Jesse Marsh. Crossed out in front, flick to the post, ball loose, knocked wide! Martin Machon. And that may be the last hurrah for Los Angeles in this match. Chicago has captured game 1. Jesse Marsh, the goal in the 86th minute, the difference.
The series would now shift to Soldier Field, where the Galaxy had notched a win and a loss in regular season play. The Galaxy defense worked to close down the Fire's dynamic playmaker, Peter Novak. The first half hour producing few chances. But the Fire would open their account in the 31st. But Danny Pena would pull the Galaxy level before the break.
Here's a chance. Out in front, the right foot shot, the goal! Galaxy tie this game at 1. And look who did it. Mr. Offense himself, Danny Pena.
Chicago created 2 chances late, but converted neither, as Joe Franchino's clearance from the line assured the Galaxy a share of the full-time outcome. The match would be decided in a shootout.
Kobe Jones against Zach Thornton. Moving up, moving wide. The shot towards the net, wide.
Look at the concentration.
Novak against Hartman. The takedown. The shot. The goal. Welton makes it 1-0. Joan against Thornton. His shot saved by Thornton. Zone towards the middle. Hartman. The chip wide. He missed the open net. Cienfuegos against Thornton. Takes it wide and Thornton stops him. Huge play coming here. Jesse Marsh against Kevin Hartman. And here we go. Towards the open net, and he scores. And we are tied at 1. Manning moving in. The shot save! And now the Fire can move into MLS Cup 98. This is the season for the Galaxy.
I like the 98 season. We spoke about the chemistry and what it takes off the field to really perform on the field. And maybe that team, looking back and you look at the rosters, was really filled with top-level players. But it was fun, it was exciting. And as we brought in these international players, and what it showed to me in a short period is that there was branding going on with Major League Soccer, more importantly for this specific franchise, the Galaxy. And that equates to interest further and more than just the United States. You know, as we did pre-seasons, and sometimes pre-season were in other countries, we had fans showing up for the Galaxy. You know, as a player, it was just great to be part of that.
You know, wearing the Galaxy shirt, I think, you know, it was an honor. You know, and I really see it that way, and to this day I see it that way. That those years playing for LA were certainly, you know, some of the best years of my life and soccer life. You know, and there's a history here. So you look across Major League Soccer, you look across, you know, Europe, you see where Galaxy players have gone. And it's amazing, you know, if you made a list of guys who have worn the Galaxy shirt and where they are now and what they've done. I mean, it's amazing. Just look to our national team and go through the list of guys that have worn the shirt. It was special.
The Galaxy's fourth campaign followed an off-season ownership change with the sale of the club to AEG, the Anschutz Entertainment Group.
There was no doubt in our mind that soccer has a huge growth opportunity as a professional sport, that these players in the amateur ranks as well as on the national team ranks deserve to have a platform where the best and the brightest could stay in this country, play in this country, and we can grow the sport. So we knew that there was passion, we knew there was talent, we knew there was interest.
And though stability improved in the league, the Galaxy offense looked shaky. The record-setting attack of '98 began the new season in a scoring drought, resulting in a change of head coaches. The new man in charge would be local legend Ziggy Schmidt, whose record boasted 19 winning seasons at UCLA and stints with the U.S. senior and youth national teams.
I'd enjoyed my time at UCLA, and certainly there was a lot of security in that position. But just being involved at the highest level of the game in this country and being involved in the continued growth and evolution of this league and the sport was something that was very, very appealing to me.
Schmidt would now take the reins of his first head coaching job with professional players, in a position which had often been referred to as the most prestigious in U.S. club soccer.
Try his luck. The corner flag, the in-swinger, and second and Jolly. And there's the opening goal. Steve Jolly at the back post.
What I was really trying to do was mold a team that had a lot of character, that had a lot of internal drive to succeed and to win. It's not like you got to become best friends in the locker room, but you have to be motivating of each other. You've got to be willing to push each other.
And the club responded with a dramatic midseason change of form, resulting in 13 wins in a 16-match stretch from early June through mid-September.
And that team really came together with Mauricio, with Paul Caligiuri, you know, with Hermosillo, with a lot of the veteran players really took the lead on and off the field. In the locker room, they took the lead by pushing the guys. On the field, they showed by examples. And as a result, you know, that year and the following years, the team really developed a really good bond with each other.
Peña. Sí, por el lado derecho. Ahí está controlando Kobe Jones. Háblele a su suegra. Ataca el equipo del Galaxy. Hacia el centro. De primera intención. Lo prende. ¡Gol! ¡Gol! Por parte del Galaxy. 2-1.
One of Schmidt's first moves in charge was the acquisition of midfielder Simon Elliott. Plucked from the ranks of the A-League, the New Zealand international had impressed his new coach while competing for Stanford University against Schmidt's UCLA teams.
It was magnificent, but winning streaks are the combination of a good team and good play. I think we were all going through an extraordinary moment in time, in terms of football and in terms of unity. All the things that came together at that time for the best outcome. In particular, I think we had great teammates, great players, and great professionals. I think that's what gave us the success. All were important. When I began playing football, a coach told me, you can't win with the 11 best players, the 11 with the most talent, because you don't accomplish what's needed. It's like a car, isn't it? The wheels have to work in a certain way. The engine does what it does, and the steering wheel as well. I think that when the team understands, when the coaches understand, when the administrators understand, you don't need the 11 best talents. You need a team. You need talent, and you need a playmaker. You need players to win the ball, to move through midfield. You need strength on the ball. And when all those players come together, it's much more important for me than it is to have 11 stars on your football team.
The club was challenged to replace the scoring production of Welton, who led the side in scoring over the previous 2 seasons, but was traded in June for Costa Rican midfielder Roy Myers.
Pero sí coincido con Carlos que
Like Carlos, he knew it wasn't about the individuals, that it was most important that all the players had to work for the team. Because when you start to look at the sides that have too many individuals, they don't have much success. They never win anything. In football, another thing we say is, where you have too many chiefs and not enough Indians, you'll never win anything. When, like I said, a team is well-rounded, it's like a communion. It's like a union on the field. And that's what it will take to keep the Galaxy a top team. It worked very well. It was excellent because we all did our jobs. We found the balance. Balance is very important. Balance meant a better defense when we scored fewer goals. In the midfield, the responsibility for keeping the ball was shared by players like Simon Elliott, Danny Peña. It was a good combination, with Mauricio in central midfield, with Kobe Jones on the right. I could talk about the whole team. And another position that's fundamental to the team's success is the goalkeeper.
The club's 4th straight playoff appearance opened with a spirited matchup against the Colorado Rapids. The two sides had been evenly matched in regular season play, with each winning twice at its home field. In the postseason, however, consecutive victories in LA and Denver were enough to earn the Galaxy a return trip to the Western Conference Finals. And for the third straight year, the club's playoff calendar would feature a pairing with the Dallas Burn.
Fuegos, near post, go! He postage stamped that one.
Cienfuegos opened the scoring early, and the Galaxy overcame a second-half equalizer with a late tally from Ezra Hendrickson. The three-match series would become a shooting gallery between the Galaxy's Carlos Hermosillo and the Burn's Ariel Graziani.
1-0 LA. Dade splits the defense to Santel. Price is open. Back post header. Goal! He did it again. It's Graziani.
Game 2 saw the opposing strikers net a pair of goals apiece en route to a shootout that would decide the outcome.
Well, after the Dallas Burn, Santel picks up the loose ball. Loose back heel! Graziani! They call him the Joker!
Graziani's conversion would provide the difference, forcing a deciding Game 3 at the Rose Bowl, with the winning side bound for MLS Cup '99. But the Galaxy would answer the challenge on home turf with a 3-1 victory. Hermosillo scoring the eventual game winner in the first half. And Cienfuegos with an insurance tally, securing the club's second MLS Cup appearance in 4 seasons.
Quickly, Myers to Ezra Hendrickson, to Mauricio Cienfuegos, and he puts it in the back of the net. 3-0 Los Angeles.
Well, but smiles all around. The game face-off. We're heading to Foxborough. That's what Carlos Hermosillo and company are saying on the bench right now.
All right, there they are, the Western Conference champions, the Los Angeles Galaxy. The captain, Robin Frazier, given the trophy from Alan Rothenberg, Mauricio Cienfuegos, Kobe Jones.
After a slow start, Los Angeles is finishing strong, sweeping through Colorado in the first round, shutting the door on Dallas in the second, giving the Galaxy a chance for what they want most, revenge. An offseason full of changes, but United did not miss a beat. DC dominated with MLS's best mark, then blew past the Fusion and saved something special for Columbus. Now, it's time to regain their crown.
Foxborough Stadium welcomed the Galaxy's return to the site of their first Cup showing in '96 and facing a familiar opponent, DC United, representing the Eastern Conference for the 4th consecutive year.
4 years ago on this very same field, these same 2 teams fought it out for the first MLS championship.
Phil, this is a classic matchup. You have the 2 most successful franchises in the history of the league.
Number 14, Clint Mathis. And number 27, Carlos Hermosillo. In the light-colored jerseys of Los Angeles, ready to attack. We are underway, and Mauricio Cienfuegos touches the ball outside to Clint Mathis. Cienfuegos, top of the box, sticking a boot in Moreno. Pena back heel, flipped on. Kobe Jones racing in, but Preston gets there first. And stepping in front with Ben Olsen, near up the line to Lassiter, cutting over is Frazier, takes the body, takes the tumble. Frazier is down though, and that could be a big concern for Los Angeles.
I think he is done for today. What a crushing blow that is for the LA Galaxy.
Bending it across for Jones. Preston's lost sight of it. Still loose in the box. Foul called against Kobe Jones. Dives out to punch it away, and he pays the price as he slams into Moreno. Echeverri headed back to the middle. Lassiter, Spaulding kicks it. Hartman, Warren, far side. DC with the goal. pressure. Out of the net. Olsen, the easiest goal he will score in his life. And DC with a 2-0 lead. Everything LA has tried today, DC has the answer for it. Through ball for Jones. Demosa touches it wide. Mason, top of the box. Lassiter. Williams off the post. Rebound cleared. Caligiuri. LA wanted this trophy. That'll do it. Joe Aaron won the game to a close. 2-0 DC, the 1999 Major League Soccer champions.
En el año que llegamos a pelear la final contra DC, que la perdimos.
At the end of that year, when we lost to DC United in the final, we had the best offensive team by record. We had the best defensive team by record. Defensively, we allowed very few goals. We played very well together. We understood each other. We played well at the Rose Bowl, and we played well on the road too. That year, everyone played for the team. We all did our part. I think that was the key for that team. I think we knew our limits. We didn't just play in one way. It would have been great to win the championship that year because of those accomplishments. But like Carlos said, there were no individuals on that team. Just all the players working for the team.
To open Major League Soccer's 5th season, Commissioner Don Garber announced the league would adopt the rules of competition used worldwide. Overtime was in, ties were possible, and the shootout was history. Galaxy fans had seen their share of joy and heartbreak in shootout competitions, but now they had seen their last. Eliminating the shootout was seen as a major step toward aligning the league's regulations with those that govern the sport internationally. And the Galaxy would strengthen their international profile with the acquisition of another major star, as Mexican striker Luis Hernandez joined the club in May.
Llegué a Galaxy.
Sure. I came to the Galaxy with great expectations to contribute the way I had for other teams in my career, to contribute something to the growth of this league, to maybe interest more Latinos in the football here in Major League Soccer. It was a good decision. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work, and in the long run, we did some good. And more than just the affection of the Latino fans and from some of the Americans, they supported us. The Galaxy, I think, has identified more with the Latin people, with players like Cienfuegos, and in my case, the Mexicans. That influenced my experience playing here. They supported me in my time on the field, and they criticized us when we didn't play well.
Hernandez was signed to provide scoring punch following the departure of Carlos Hermosillo, who returned to Mexico following the completion of his MLS contract. But the allocation would ultimately cost the club youngsters Roy Myers, Joe Franchino, and Clint Mathis in compensation.
Sure, the pressure? As far as the pressure goes, I didn't really feel any pressure. On the contrary, all the games we played I enjoyed. I played at 100%. There were differences with players at times, some incidents. I felt great at times, and sometimes I was frustrated. We had some things to resolve. But in all, the chance to come here and to play football for me was very important. I think we both understood that we were both professionals, that he was a major figure in the football world and in the Mexican side. And then he arrived here in a different team, in a different league, a new situation with the Galaxy. One of my advantages of having been here in the team for a few years is to help him acclimate. It's in my personality to want to help him fit in, help him get used to the football here. In the end, I had a good relationship with Luis. In the end, we were both professional. We understood we were both here to play football. We found a relationship that was beneficial for us and for the Galaxy.
Another lift to the side's attack was the increased production of midfielder Simon Elliott. Now in his second season with the club, the New Zealand international showed a nose for goal and playmaking ability that had earned him All-America honors at Stanford. And along with importing internationals, this year's Galaxy side were also exporting homegrown talent. 13 players with league experience would figure in the U.S. team sent to the Sydney Olympic Games, including defender Danny Califf and midfielders Sasha Victorine and Peter Vayenas, along with future Galaxy standout Chris Albright.
Brought down from behind by Albright. That's a foul.
As we came along into the season 2000, we had a draft that we were very, very happy with. You know, we were able to add 3 players, Danny Califf, Sasha Victorine, and Pete Vayenas, in the first and second rounds that became very vital and critical members of the team. They filled holes for us. You know, we needed a central defender, and Danny filled that hole. Peter Vayenas gave us a little more depth in the middle of midfield. Danny Pena had been a tremendous player for this club, was getting a little bit older and was losing a little bit of his pace, compete was able to replace some of that. And Sasha was always the kind of player that I knew we could sort of pick and choose and put him anywhere. You know, if we needed a center forward, you know, he was able to play that as he did for us the one year. If we needed a defensive midfielder, he was able to play there. If we needed a wide midfielder, he was able to play there. And so he really filled those holes for us.
Sí, de hecho fueron grandes.
Yeah, they were all very good prospects.
Prospectos.
Lots of potential. Good young players.
Yo creo que a la fecha ya
I think they were very solid players for their age, and they offered a lot for the future, not only for the Galaxy, but also for Major League Soccer.
To make me smile. One of them was you for just a little while. You left me for dead so far away. I was just a stupid kid back then. I take back every word that I said.
To be able to go to the Olympics and really gain that confidence and experience, both professionally and life experience, was amazing. And we did very well at the Olympics, the best the U.S. team had ever done.
But definitely going to the Olympics and experiencing the success that we did, we came back, you know, obviously to want to continue to succeed. And I think the time that we did get back was towards the playoffs that year.
Mamadou Diallo led all scorers in 2000 with 28 regular season tallies. Carlos Valderrama was the league's premier playmaker. And the Galaxy's postseason campaign began in Tampa Bay under the league's revised playoff format, which seeded the top 8 finishers. The two sides featured world-class attackers, but the game's lone goal would come from the penalty spot. Greg Vanny's conversion and a miss from Diallo were enough for the visitors to take the series lead back to the Rose Bowl. And goals were not a problem in Pasadena, as Hendrickson opened the account early.
It is for the Los Angeles Galaxy as Ezra Hendrickson breaks in. Simon Elliott, diagonal run, leaves it behind. Trying to get it back, and he's in. Elliott inside, gets it over to a goal. The Mutiny just letting people run through the box at will, and they're down 2-0. Argo Sor Diallo taken away by Keller. Finds Diallo. Mamadou turns, fired. Goal! Mamadou! Mama does! Big Mama strikes in Pasadena, and the Mutiny have a little life. Tabata, quick touch, back to Kinnear, volley shot, and that was a close one. Hartman gets a hand on it. And here come the Galaxy the other way. Cross from Cienfuegos, goal! Just like that. El Matador. Defensive players on the field.
Or Tim Hankinson, the Tampa Bay coach, looks to his bench.
Another jailbreak in on Garlic. It's by him. And now the Mutiny are in a huge hole. It's 4-1. Mauricio Cienfuegos. Here comes Kobe Jones off the Hernandez pass. And he buries it past Scott Garlic. And that should finish off the Tampa Bay Mutiny. Beautiful feed from Luis Hernandez and a great finish from Kobe Jones.
Los Angeles Galaxy will advance to the second round. With their Olympic players returning shortly, they've got to feel pretty good about themselves right now.
The semifinals would open at Arrowhead, where the Galaxy's last visit resulted in a 5-1 thrashing of the Wizards. But Game 1 was a very different story. As Kansas City provided the offense, Hartman and the Galaxy defense held on to keep the match level. And the side would bend without breaking. The result, a scoreless draw, and the series returned to LA.
continue to push forward into the attack. For Jones, Hendrickson makes the run. Still Ezra Hendrickson. Now Kobe Jones, 1-0 Galaxy.
Jones's strike was good for the early lead, but the Wizards had other ideas.
Still the fans of the Rose Bowl not liking that. Levi Zabagna. McEwen will have a go. 1-1.
That is an absolute bomb from Matt McEwen, and that surprises everybody here at the Rose Bowl. You talk about a key goal and a key response. It comes from McEwen in a big way.
Molnar, he's onside. Miklos Molnar. Great save, Hartman.
Hartman's denial of Miklos Molnar saw the scoreline level at full time, setting up a dramatic ending in extra time.
Going for the win here. Kobe Jones with the right boot. The outswinger. The header. That's the goal.
Well, they loaded the box up. You can see it. Caleb got forward, and he's the guy who's going to get the golden goal here.
And it is Caleb, the Olympian, coming back.
On that particular play, I knew Kobe was going to look for me, and I knew that if I beat my defender to the spot, I was going to have a good chance of scoring. And I mean, he hit a perfect ball, and all I really had to do was redirect it. So it was an absolutely amazing moment.
He made a statement in the paper today saying, you know what? And there was a little edge to it, saying, I want to play today.
And you know what? I've come back here to play. And boy, you talk about a huge play.
To be able to go to the Olympics was amazing, and it gave me so much more confidence coming back in and stepping into the Galaxy during my first playoff run. And certainly I didn't have the experience that a lot of the guys on the team had, but I really wanted to step back in and help contribute to the Galaxy.
The Galaxy returned to Kansas City for Game 3, needing only a draw to secure their berth in MLS Cup 2000.
Throws it up a bit now in for Molnar. Molnar cutting to the left, still with the ball. Goes left side, Henderson. Caleb defending on the play. Henderson cuts it back, goes up against the end line once again, trying to get the pass away. And he's called a penalty kick. Penalty kick for Kansas City as Henderson is dumped along the end line. On his line. Molnar steps up to it, fires on goal, scores! Kansas City takes a 1-0 lead. Kevin Hartman guessed correctly, but could not get his hands on it to redirect it. Chance for the Wizards now. Henderson fires it far post and a save by Kevin Hartman. That was bending into the job by Simon Elliott. In for Hernandez. Fires it goal.
Molnar's penalty was enough to win Game 3, leveling the series and setting up a sudden death tiebreaker.
Steps into it, sends it into center. Up high goes Ezra Hendrickson, and a great save by Tony Miola as he pulls it down going to his left. Cienfuegos can't do it, but Hernandez has it once again. He cuts to the center this time, but gives the ball away right to Brecky.
Too many touches, needs to get rid of the ball a lot quicker.
Now Caleb chests it down. Ball comes loose. Molnar in on goal, cutting to the right, fires, scores! And the Kansas City Wizards have defeated the Los Angeles Galaxy on a mistake defensively by Los Angeles. Molnar beating the Galaxy 2-1 the final in sudden death overtime. The MLS Cup is set. Chicago versus Kansas City for the 2000 Major League Soccer Championship.
I think it was definitely a feeling in the locker room. We kind of squandered our chance in 2000. It burned at us a little bit that Kansas City went on, and that's the year they won it. You know, I think we all felt we were a better team. In the first 3 years that I was on the team, there was always a mentality that we were the best team in the league. And I think anything less than a championship at that point, after what we'd been through, wasn't good enough.
in looking back at the career and the things we accomplished outside of making the run for MLS Cup was the CONCACAF Championship and the Open Cup Championship. And both those cups are incredibly important, but particularly the CONCACAF Championship. I mean, that's huge.
You want to be the best club team in CONCACAF, you know, that's a big feat, you know, and we're the team that did it.
And we had that ability to play the game, and ultimately I believe that we won a lot of respect from other nations in our region.
The Galaxy's Football Confederation Champions Cup victory in January of 2001 marked the club's second appearance in the final of the regional competition.
Trust me, I mean, when any team is playing against a team from the U.S., because it could say Los Angeles Galaxy, DC United, Chicago, you know, whatever, what it says next to it is USA. They know they're playing a U.S. team, and for them, it's a battle.
It would provide the team's first major title and was the second time the trophy was brought home by a club from Major League Soccer.
Down the road, people are going to go, wow, look what they did, you know, because it's difficult to do. And by winning that, we gave a lot of respect to the LA area, to the fans, and to MLS.
The season ushered in another significant return, that of veteran U.S. defender Alexi Lalas, who joined the Galaxy in preseason following a one-year absence from competition.
Yeah, I came to the Galaxy after a string of playing for some really mediocre to really bad teams. It had taken a toll physically and mentally. I had taken a year off from soccer, and I was living in LA, and you know, I started training with the Galaxy, and Ziggy said, hey, listen, if you're thinking about coming back, we'd love to have you here, which was music to my ears because, number one, it was in Los Angeles, and number two, there was a history with this team of producing quality teams and teams that vied for championships. So that was something that I couldn't pass up, because at that point I was really thinking about coming back and playing.
He was so vital to us just from a standpoint that he'd been in so many bad situations before around the league where it hadn't been successful and it wasn't always necessarily the best atmosphere. And when he came here, he really put into minds of all the players that, hey, this is a pretty good situation here. We have it pretty good. We have the nucleus here to win a championship. You got quality players. You've got a great support staff around it. Let's make sure that we take this as far as we can go. And so Alexi really became the catalyst for letting the players know that you have the capabilities here to win it all.
Alexi, creo que es
Alexi is, I think, a figure who is very important in football in the United States. And when he joined the team, when he asked permission to come to play, to get himself in shape, no? That's how you say it here? To maintain his figure. And the others accepted him as well, and we always have something to learn from a person like that. He had experience playing around the world, he had played in Italy, he had played in World Cups, and he was always welcome, that kind of player. When the players saw that he could still play and he got more involved with the team, everyone accepted him as one of the team, and he adapted very well, and he became exemplary.
The team featured the return of 8 players and the head coach from the '99 Cup contenders, including 3 members of the original side that had reached MLS Cup '96.
What makes this team such a special team is, you know, the quality of players that have been brought in here and the desire by all the players that have been here from year 1 out to the year 6. You know, everybody here, you know, has a desire to win all the time.
Lalas' arrival helped the Galaxy fill the absence of another original member, as Robin Fraser was traded to the Colorado Rapids.
This is my first year with Los Angeles, and I'm coming to an organization that's accustomed to winning. You know, they have a history and a tradition of winning here, and that is evident in every player, including new players, and it's made apparent to you very quickly when you get here that you're here to win, and not only the home games, but away games.
When Saturday night comes around, it's something that you're prepared all week for. And it's not something that I take lightly. I don't want to find myself watching balls go into the goal. I want to be somebody that's going to be making the effort so that I'm respected by my peers and the fans.
You know, we feed off of each other, you know, and that's what it's all about. A perfect example is my boy that's still playing, Ezra Hendrickson. You know, he's probably the most competitive person that I've played against, and we do it every training session we were together, you know, be it in 5v2 or small-sided. It's all about who's going to win, you know, and we took that from training all the way to card games, all the way to playing on the field.
And the club had won more games than any league team, becoming the first to reach the 100 victory mark with a shutout win over the Metro Stars at the Rose Bowl in June. Luis Hernandez notching a pair of goals against the team the Galaxy had beaten for their first ever club victory in the spring of '96. Another milestone was reached in Denver when Kobe Jones scored the club's 300th goal, and his second of the day would make him the first Galaxy player to tally 50. The Galaxy also passed the early tests of the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. The most historic honor in U.S. soccer, the competition dated back to 1914. With no upsets through 3 rounds, the stage was set for an epic quarterfinal with the Earthquakes in San Francisco.
Well, I think that the rivalry had been developing. And in a tournament where it's a knockout format, it just heightens all the emotions.
It was at pro-level pace in terms of the game, but it was in a college stadium. So you had fans who were a yard and a half away from the sidelines.
And the fans hate us. It was thrilling, and I think the fans and everyone who watched could just feel the electricity.
There's a reason why fans are so far away and they can't interact with players. And the fact that I think the fans were so close onto the field and so much was at stake, and the fact that it was Los Angeles, San Jose, the only way this was going to go down was that someone would have to pass out or was going to penalty kicks because nobody was going to budge. But it was all-time classic game in terms of Open Cup matches, I think, for Los Angeles.
That rivalry is definitely taken up a new level over the past few years because around that time, 2001, you know, San Jose finally actually started getting a decent team, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Galaxy had grown accustomed to a cold reception when visiting the Bay, and this chilly summer evening proved no exception.
Everything gonna be all right this morning. Down the stripe is right behind it.
The late equalizer forced extra time, and when Jones's effort rattled the near post, penalties would be required.
come that point in the game, and everybody doesn't like each other at that point. You know, all the things that happen in the game, and to have it come down to penalties, and even when a crowd is completely against you, as long as there's a crowd and as long as they're cheering, and it really gives you energy to want to perform your best and give your best, and you get so wrapped up in that emotional moment, and it just all kind of comes out at once.
And I think what people have to realize is that Los Angeles, being Los Angeles, whatever sport you are, you're always on a pedestal. And especially Major League Soccer, people are always gunning to get us. So the Earthquakes hadn't enjoyed much success prior to 2001. So you figure to be the best, you got to beat the best. And for the Earthquakes, trying to establish that identity and that championship team mentality, and I think that was the inception of what remains to be the most bitter game in Major League Soccer, to be quite frank.
The emotional win moved the club a step closer to another major trophy. And the next challenge offered a semifinal pairing with the Fire at Fullerton's Titan Stadium. And like previous encounters with Chicago, the game was a bruising, low-scoring affair that would remain undecided through 90 minutes. The onset of extra time gave the club's newest star an opportunity to shine.
Any time that I get an opportunity to score, it's memorable because it doesn't happen very often. And Cal State Fullerton has this incredible ivy on the back. And I can remember vividly thinking before the game, you know what, if I score, if the stars align, I'm going to see if I can, go up there and make it something special.
Just when you think he's tricks out of his bag, he comes up with something new that seems to leave a lasting impression on the game of soccer.
And so I said, all right, well, this is after a long game, and I was getting older at that point. And I made it up about halfway up the ivy with people following me. And the lungs gave out, the legs gave out, and everything gave out. So whether it is a beautiful header that goes into the upper corner or one that bounces off my knee and bounces off three guys and then goes in and they credit me, it's still a great moment.
Lawless's header earned the Galaxy their first appearance in the finals of the Open Cup. But first, the club would open the playoffs of the MLS Cup in a quarterfinal pairing against Tim Howard and the Metro Stars.
Couldn't see with three bodies there who it was. Another flick inside. Headed back across.
The series opener ended in a draw, with Paul Caligiuri's second-half header leveling for the home side.
But they're calling it a goal. Trips up on the ball.
But the Galaxy were beaten soundly in Game 2, conceding 4 second-half goals at Giants Stadium. Game 3 saw a pair of first-half goals from Sasha Victorine, followed by a late header from Adam Fry that evened the series and set up a dramatic golden goal tiebreaker. Mauricio Cienfuegos' free kick deflected at the wall and dropped behind the helpless Tim Howard as the Galaxy advanced to face the Fire in the semifinals of MLS Cup 2001. The series opened at Soldier Field, where the Galaxy's previous playoff appearance had ended bitterly in '98. But this year's side had their sights set on a different outcome.
Limitations in my world, there's never
So there was an intense rivalry going on there, and it was always between us in those years and Chicago to try and get to the finals. Things had gone on. I think there was red cards before in the other games, so players were missing. They felt that we were moving the site to Fullerton to get an advantage. So I do remember even pre-game confrontations going on. I think I remember Ante getting thrown out of that game. So it was obviously a big game.
Here's Barbaro on the run. Into the box. Marcus. Kovalenko. He has his teammates bumped up for him. Here's Hernandez now. Hernandez into the box. Left foot. Stop by 40. Hernandez again. Second outside. Los Angeles Galaxy wins. People to places. The message basic. The race was to sit and resist the change.
And a friend of mine who I played college with, Carlos Bocanegra of the Chicago Fire, he was coming across the goal and almost got a piece on it on a one-touch. Said, you know, if I would have taken another one, he would have had it.
Hooks it in. Caleb deflected. And Armas clears it out. Here's Armas. Going from the other side to Marcus Beasley's got it. Left foot shot. Bocanegra into the box. Victorine, the header. Caleb is there on the left foot and he scores. And we're tied at 1. Kovalenko plays it short for DeMarcus Beasley. And then grabs it.
Two offensive players in. You're going to need a ball in your hand. And some players win the ball and regain the ball so that hopefully the opportunity will be there.
Armas with a pass over the top. And Beasley had a chance. The shot. One hand save by Hartman. He got his left hand on Armas ahead for Brown. Keeps it going. Armas in the box. Shot by Ronaldo. First overtime, 2 5-minute golden goal overtimes. LA and the Fire tied at 1. The Fire had 3 opportunities to score, couldn't get it done in regulation. Late in the game.
Chicago with only 1 goal tonight, but it's not due to lack of effort.
10 minutes of work. Gotta step up.
In for Whitfield.
What a great goal that was. One of the top plays in Major League Soccer this year, right here at Soldier Field.
Dive, socialize, get ready for the Saturday night.
Jones off the field. He said, you're injured, get off the field. And he doesn't let him out immediately. He waited till the next dead ball.
Cienfuegos with a shot, and it goes in! It hits the post and goes in, and Los Angeles wins it 2-1. Game-winning goal against the Metro Stars in the tiebreaker in the first series. Game-winning goal in this series. Siggy Schmidt, the elation and the dejection from Christos Stoichkov. Los Angeles advances to MLS Cup 2001 to take on San Jose in Columbus, Ohio.
At about 15 seconds.
With Rick Davis, Joe Tutino back at Soldier Field, the Galaxy win 2-1. Down to the locker room, Rick Davis joined by the captain, Colby Jones. Rick?
Thanks, Joe. I'm here with Colby Jones. Colby, tell us about the emotion that was involved in this contest.
Oh, it was a battle. I mean, emotions were high, all the way around both teams. It always gets a little bit ugly. When we go against Chicago, it's always a 1-goal game when we play Chicago. So, we knew it was going to be tough, but, right now, we can be happy a little bit, but it's time to concentrate on the next one.
In terms of this contest, you guys went down by a goal. You got back to it just before the half. How important was that goal as it related to helping you guys keep in it for the second half?
No, as you know, it's very important. You know, going into halftime, you don't want to be down a goal because it brings everybody down. You have that 10, 15 minutes to think about it, you know, and who knows how you're going to come out. But getting that goal right before half, you know, it hypes you up when you're going into the second half, knowing that you can get a goal and you can possibly get another one.
Well, Kobe, congratulations. Job well done. Good stuff. Joe, back up to you.
All right, Rick, the celebration continues in the Galaxy locker room. Los Angeles 2, Chicago Fire 1. Mauricio Cienfuegos, the game-winning goal. Holy cow.
All right? You already need a shirt.
How about Cien? Is he going to give us some English here tonight?
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Oh,
and then just
sweet.
back up to Joe, or?
I think that last year was a big thing in the back of our minds, how we gave it away last year, and I think people have been talking about Chicago all year, Chicago, 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 and look who's back. So.
The golden goals from Cienfuegos had secured the Galaxy's third MLS Cup appearance in 6 seasons. This time, the club would face first-time finalists San Jose in the first meeting between the clubs since their Open Cup battle was decided on penalties in July. Columbus Crew Stadium hosted MLS Cup 2001, as the league's first soccer-specific venue had received league-wide praise. And while the Galaxy faithful hoped the third time would be a charm for their side, Quakes fans responded with a familiar Bay Area refrain.
Chicago taking Morales looking long for Donovan. Hartman out of his box. Heads it away from Donovan. Alert play from Kevin Hartman. Regis Stadium away from home. Donovan tripped on by Henderson down at the corner. And to Russell on the sideline. Goes nutmeg against Caligiuri right through the legs. Cienfuegos tries to cut the angle. Short post cross. Donovan diving in. Hartman cuts it off first. Went often during the game, but already served wasn't working on.
Ian Russell has shown some confidence to go at Paul Caligiuri on the dribble.
Long ball for Hernandez behind. Agus is in alone. Hernandez scores! Luis Hernandez!
San Jose Earthquake defense on a great ball out of the back over the top from Greg Vanny. And Hernandez, El Matador, the finisher from Mexico, puts it away as you would expect from a player of his pedigree.
Second playoff goal for Hernandez.
Hartman doesn't know where it is, and look at this. That was still going in until Hartman reached back and slapped it off the line.
Comes across. Jones, but it's tipped by Dirk. Jones for Hendrickson. The drive goes over the top. Hits the awning behind. Kobe Jones holding the ball sweetly. Paul Caligiuri is coming off the field for the last time in Major League Soccer. Adam Fry comes on, and this is the end of an era in American soccer. Into the box. Donovan turns it. just wide in no space at all. Donovan.
To make it a 3v2 in the middle, okay, against those guys. So the other thing is just move the ball. Overtime has been ours all year. Let's get Mullen into the game a little bit, okay? Let's use him a little bit. He hasn't had many touches. Let's try and get some balls. You got to open up and get that for us, and we can get around them on the width. Barrett is dead tired, and Jimmy Conrad right now is dead tired, okay? So we can get around them there. We need to do it.
Let's go! So let's go for heading, the others with it. Okay, play close. Once you get it, hey, run at these guys. Might be a red card in this, okay? 30 minutes to win this. 30 minutes to get that goal. It's going to take us all the way, huh? Believe in it, boys. Come on. Boy. Well, good.
Elliott, first touch cross for the far post, and there's Cannon again.
Joe Cannon, a finalist for goalkeeper of the year in MLS in 2001.
De Rosario looking for the long ball. He and Ibsen are the two subs for San Jose. De Rosario going right at Caleb. The shot! Scores! The Quakes win the cup! The Quakes win the cup! De Rosario, a golden goal!
The MLS Cup did not close this chapter of Galaxy history, as the club returned to action the following weekend to face the Revolution in the final of the U.S. Open Cup.
I think Kate would have to be the one to hit it. Only Harris, though, is trying to figure in as well.
Waldy Harris takes the ball through the three-man wall and in! Oh! Minute 30, and the Revolution strike. Kevin Hartman was paid a visit by the cement mixer.
Sometimes in finals, especially in cup and knockout competitions, you have some luck go your way or go against you. It's been a lot of that, not a whole lot of combination play.
Vanny across. They're getting a lot of possession now, the Galaxy. Hendrickson challenges Downing the cross coming. Making it look easy! And in minute 70, it's 1-1.
Once again, Downing is now infamous Marley Gitta. Well, Hendrickson came up big in the final of the Football Confederation Champions Cup. Starts off innocently enough, and he just floats one in, and look at it. Side netting in the upper 90. And going for the winner.
Kobe Jones to take the corner kick this time. Whip through Caleb! They've done it! The Galaxy have won the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, as was the case in the semifinals. 2 golden goals from corner kicks, and Caleb, with the locks of blue hair, has done it.
Take a look at the winner. Franchino, who was at the near post. Colin was late getting there, and Caleb made him pay. So the Galaxy start the season with a title and end the season with a title.
3 minutes into extra time.
That year was a little bit different because now Alexi was in the picture, so obviously he was a huge target as well. I mean, he's incredible in the air. I'm going to beat my guy to the spot, and Kobe's going to put it there. And that's the mentality I had every single time going up the field. And, you know, it happened to go right in between Franchino's legs. But so it was one of those divine moments, I guess, you know, of luck, but who cares?
Sweet as candy, the LA Galaxy. Yours, mine, ours. Lamar Hunt US Open Cup champion.
For a club that didn't have any trophies when 2001 came about, they're going to exit the year with the first two.
That'll look nice in the trophy case. And that'll look nice in the trophy case in the new facility, certainly. So all things on a positive note today here at Titan Stadium for the LA Galaxy. And there's Mauricio Cienfuegos. What a great servant he has been for this side. And of course, Paul Caligiuri.
It was a great honor to win that one because you could be the average Joe team, you know, and come up and win that championship playing against the MLS professional team. And I think that's what, you know, makes that so exciting. You don't see that in any other sport where some average Joes can put a team together. If they do well enough in those first rounds, you know, they could be coming up against, you know, myself or Chris Armas, Freddie Adu, Landon Donovans and all that.
That 2001 season was a special season. That what I don't think people realize, that I think that 2001 season was almost the culmination from Galaxy 1996 through Galaxy 2001. And there was a few players from those original teams that were still core players on our team. And having, I think, their experience and their know-how coupled with an influx of young players, I think kind of put us over the top. And everyone looks at 2001 as a highlight, and I think it's just kind of the climax of the Galaxy's first 5 years, I guess.
Reflect back at those seasons, and the Galaxy has always been a great place to be, and I feel like it's a home. And to be part of a special group, getting to the finals twice and losing twice is obviously heartbreaking. But to have the seasons we did to get that far was amazing. And it's not just the runs you make and the games you win and the goals that are scored. It's far greater than that. It's the teams coming together, the chemistry, the friendships, the togetherness, and ultimately at the end of the day, that makes the difference.
...2002. and the Galaxy was eager to mount a new campaign to add the league trophy to the double of 2001. Major League Soccer reluctantly folded the Tampa and Miami clubs, and Fusion general manager Doug Hamilton joined the Galaxy.
Well, certainly you're coming into one of the more established clubs and one of the better clubs in MLS when I arrived. They had competed for championships, had played in MLS Cup finals before, had a solid core of players with the likes of Kobe and Danny and Kevin Hartman, and it was just an opportunity to come in and change a few pieces. And we were able to quickly take advantage of the opportunity of contraction by bringing in a Tyrone Marshall, making a draft day deal to bring Chris Albright here, and being able to use a discovery pick to bring in Carlos Ruiz. And those are the three acquisitions for the year. Tyrone, for me, was the most logical fit for LA. Our club had just lost Greg Vanny, and Tyrone had that ability to play on the left, added pace, had international experience. Albright was looking for a fresh start. Ziggy had him on the U20s. Ziggy always rated him as a player, always knew that there was something there to build on, and wanted him desperately in LA.
Chris was a player that, I'd always liked, having had coached him with the under-20 national team. And he was a player that I thought when he came into the league with DC United, maybe things happened too fast or whatever, but you hadn't seen the best of Chris Albright at that point.
The acquisitions would help the Galaxy defense compensate for the retirement of Paul Caligiuri and the departure of Greg Vanny, who left Major League Soccer to play in France. Vanny's departure left Mauricio Cienfuegos and Kobe Jones as the only remaining members of the original Galaxy team of 1996. Ruiz was a Guatemalan international, acquired to fill a vacancy at the striker position, as Luis Hernandez dissolved his MLS contract to return to play in Mexico.
Carlos Ruiz is a player that the first time I saw him play was on videotape. I saw him play for the Guatemalan under-20 national team when I was coaching the U.S. under-20 team, and I was pretty impressed from what I saw on the tape, and then got the opportunity to see him again with the Guatemalan Olympic team, and I was very, very impressed with what he could give and his unique ability in the 18-yard box.
I had played against Carlos during the qualifiers. I knew that he would work hard, at least. I didn't know that he would be the scoring threat that he was. But I knew that he'd be a good player and a good addition to the team.
We had to jump through some hoops to do a complicated loan agreement with his existing club in Guatemala. In speaking to the player, finding relationship here in LA that knew the player, getting relationship and a dialogue with the club, and getting the league to activate. And all those pieces needed to come together in about a 48 to 72 hour time frame. And they were able to pull it off.
You know, I've been in MLS for a long time, and I've seen so many foreign players come and go. Carlos is the exception, and if there ever was an example on how to get a foreign player to come over and do it right, this is it. Because not only does he have the abilities physically to withstand an MLS type of game, but he also had the right attitude.
Myself, Lawless, and Ruiz were out to lunch. Lawless said, "If you score 20 goals, I'll buy you a Rolex." Me and my big mouth jumped in and said, 20 goals, and let's make it realistic. Let's say 15. I mean, this is a tough league. You've got to get used to the speed of play, and he's a new player, so, things are against him. Fish and I convinced Lexi to keep it at 15, and that was the bet.
When he was with us in preseason, I think he scored in every game that we played in preseason. And I was just amazed about how here's this kid, 22, 23, and he's such a finisher. Such composure in the box. When he came into this league, I was like, well, how did we get this guy? I was like, this guy's amazing. He should be, in Europe, he should be making millions and millions of dollars.
He's a natural goal scorer. That's all there is to it. There's very few of those in the world. Carlos is one of them. I think he can do things that very few other players in the world can do.
And I think in the first 2 games he had 4. And Lexi at this point was nervous, but then as he got closer and closer, Lexi tried to throw in different rules, like penalty kicks don't count. If Lawless gives the assist, it doesn't count.
The Fish is obviously a tremendously gifted goal scorer and has that that thing that everyone talks about when you talk about goal scorers, that sense to be able to score. But what really amazed me was the different types of goals that he scored throughout the year. And he scored goals with his head, he scored goals with his feet, he scored goals on breakaways, he scored goals that were pretty and ugly, he scored penalty kicks, he scored free kicks. And that's pretty amazing because a lot of pure goal scorers tend to be one-dimensional. And I think that is an incredible feat. The fact not only that he had so many goals, but he had so many different types of goals.
But despite Ruiz's scoring, the Galaxy struggled early, winning just 5 of their first 12 matches. Ruiz had 10 goals, while the rest of the team had only 5. Chris Albright made just 2 appearances before being sidelined with a broken foot. Kevin Hartman appeared only once as he recovered from off-season wrist surgery. And the club's captain, Kobe Jones, would miss all of May and June on World Cup duty.
So, he's the leader of our team. He's our captain, and, with him gone, we just weren't the Galaxy that we knew we could be. We weren't playing the kind of soccer that we knew we were capable of doing.
I think it was 6 losses in a row on the road. I remember the Metro Stars, they played probably one of their better games of the season. I think we played probably the worst game we've ever played as a team.
Yeah, if there was a negative period in the season, it was the 5-0 drubbing that we took in New York. And having that team, which is cocky at times, come out and just kill you, it was embarrassing and it was humiliating. And we really came back and said, listen, we're not that type of team. And there was a point there where we could go both ways.
We just didn't play well. But I think it was something that was needed, We, as a team, got together. We had a meeting right after, and the coach told us, look, basically this is rock bottom. You can't go any lower than this.
We were playing a back 4, and it wasn't, working. And we really needed to change. And, Ziggy sat us down and said, this is the situation. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to try. And really, just like a lot of things in life, sometimes you need to simplify things. And that's really what happened because for a guy like Danny Califf and Tyrone Marshall, we said, listen, you guys are going to have men, mark them. Don't let them score, and that's your job. Me being a sweeper, I clean up the mess, I organize, I make sure I'm in position to read different things and cut out dangerous situations and put out fires.
The July 4th match at the Rose Bowl marked Jones's return to club action, and the Galaxy would test their defensive alignment against Landon Donovan and the San Jose Earthquakes.
Get it at an angle, get it back in. Goal! Goal! Goals!
Back to Ezra Henriksen. Deflected, and through Joe Cannon, and a goal! Ruiz!
Clearing that ball out.
Ball goes through, headed out in front. Very rare late goal given up by the Earthquakes. Carlos Ruiz, 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half.
All of a sudden, something just clicked, and the team just played phenomenal. If it was a roller coaster, that was like the beginning.
So by being able to pull Tyrone and Danny Califf as the 2 markers and having Lexi play free in between them, I think is really what galvanized us in the back. It made job assignments easier, and the team, more so than anything, a team succeeds if they believe in it, and the team really believed that this is going to help us succeed. This is going to help us win the championship.
Comes back out to Kobe, now corner of the box. Switches it back in, a header in on goal, score! Danny Califf, and we're tied! 1-1! Sends it top of the area. Ezra trying to settle, takes it into the box. Ezra still with it, fires, scores! Little Bob Marley action. Comes in for Cienfuegos, who's cross, score! Ruiz! And it's 3-1 Galaxy!
I think this was probably one of the most important wins of the season for us, just because of the fact that we're heading into 2 home games, and we need to gain some momentum heading into the All-Star break and get some points so that we can establish exactly where we want to be.
Kobe makes this team go, As Kobe goes, so does this team. And once he came back, we were able to basically ran through all the teams. Kobe played the best soccer I've ever seen Kobe play the last half of the season once he came back from the World Cup.
I think being in the World Cup kind of
jump-started my view again of just like, having fun, because, the last World Cup was such a downer, and this one was just such a upbeat, feeling, and everybody got along well, things were going our way, so everybody's happy. And coming back from that, you realize the fun of the game, what it's supposed to be like again, and that's what I think grew, not just for myself, but I think for everybody that was there during the World Cup, and that's obviously something that I think I brought back, just like, okay, I'm ready to go. I felt energized again. Everything was fun, full of life, high spirits, everything, and just came back here and was ready to go with the team and, and start the road to the championship.
We went out, but we went out our way.
And lo and behold, Fish was counting throughout the whole time, and I remember the day that he scored, because I didn't know he had 14, but he scored his 15th, and I remember his celebration was he was pointing to his watch, and I just lost it.
Ruiz's second of the night would earn honors as Major League Soccer's Goal of the Year.
For me, it's about winning, and some people say it's not about whether you win or whatever, but I think it's not whether about you win, it's whether I win. So now you're gaining victory upon victory, and the confidence begins to exude you as a team, and you get that swagger in your walk, and people start realizing that you're the team to reckon with.
What's the price of the t-shirt money? 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 What's the price of your t-shirt money?
I think that there was the game against San Jose. We played here at home, and then we went up to San Jose and we clinched the Western Conference Championship, and I saved a penalty kick to my right. And it was just something that whole game, it was just kind of like, what, I feel like myself, I feel like I'm where I need to be, I feel like I'm at work, and it's a great feeling, you don't feel like anybody can beat you, you feel like the goal's small and that you can dive about 8 yards in each direction.
I believe, as our referee Kevin Stotts. Jones making a mess out of Robinson. He takes it up the left side, working on Ibsen now in the area. He's brought down. That's a penalty kick. Penalty kick for the Galaxy. Let's see Joe Cannon with his heels on the line. Ruiz fires, chips it in, scores! Okay, one, and the Los Angeles Galaxy are the Western Conference champions and home field advantage throughout the postseason.
Carlos Ruiz is the goal-scoring champion of Major League Soccer with 24 goals on the year, and the Galaxy are the Western Conference champions.
The Galaxy also had their sights on a successful defense of their Open Cup title. A quarterfinal win over San Jose set the stage for a semifinal with Dallas at Titan Stadium.
Jones, Victorine in the middle. Ruiz! Has a look in 5. Cerritos took it himself. What a save, Matt Reese. Hughes off to Pescadito. Ruiz. What a cross. You may not see a goal like that anytime soon. They covered 100 yards quicker than Ben Johnson. It's 3-0 Galaxy.
The convincing result put the club into the Open Cup final for the second consecutive year. A visit to Columbus to face the Crew lay ahead in October. The Galaxy opened the postseason hosting the Wizards in the quarterfinals of the MLS Cup playoffs. LA had defeated Kansas City en route to their first ever MLS Cup berth in 1996. But a more recent playoff encounter saw the side eliminated on a golden goal tiebreaker at Arrowhead in 2000.
Kansas City was a shootout, and I don't think that if anybody would have said that we were going to give up that many goals in a 3-game period that we would have believed them.
Game 1 saw the Wizards take the lead twice, with the Galaxy needing 2 second-half equalizers to force extra time.
Keeps it in play, another bicycle try for LA. Shot to goal! Kobe Jones! Start, Elliott, the left-footed swipe. In the air, and a goal. Header on goal. In the 9th minute, the second overtime. To Los Angeles.
Very important for us. I think it shows the depth of character that this team has, and just in the statistically, it's very important as far as giving us 3 points. So hopefully we can close it out in Kansas City.
Up center, watched by Lawless, cutting a little to the left, fires away and scores! He's pushed it up from his defensive position. Pass to the top of the area, Quill with a shot, scores! 25 yards away from goal. Brecky winds up, fires, scores! Kansas City wins 4-1 over the Los Angeles Galaxy.
Carlos Ruiz did not have.
The Galaxy were unable to close the series in Kansas City, setting up a decisive Game 3 at the Rose Bowl.
Garcia credit. It now goes to a 3rd game back in LA.
And I think that first loss really shocked a lot of the younger players, because a lot of the younger players haven't been the #1 seed going into the playoffs before.
We were losing 2-1 in the first game at home, and a Kansas City player went in on a breakaway against Kevin. He scores that, it's 3-1. We lose that game. We go back to Kansas City, where we all know that we got killed, and that's it. We go home, and Kansas City goes on. Kevin stuffed him, and we came back and won that game. We were able to go and force a 3rd game. But it's those little things that, looking back, you go, oh my God, if that doesn't happen, we're in big trouble. But it all worked out in the end, but there were times there.
They've had several on the left side, and they played short. Shot to goal! Back to Victorine, and Vermes clears. Kobe keeps it alive, and a goal! And it's Kobe Jones, 3-on-2. Players left and right. Kobe ahead, Ruiz, Garcia marking, shot, and a goal! And there you have that.
Sign of good teams sometimes is playing bad and getting through it, finding a way to win, so you can fight the next day to win it all. And I think that's what we did.
The semifinals offered a pairing with the Colorado Rapids, a team the Galaxy had held scoreless in the only previous playoff encounter between the clubs in 1999. But this year's Rapids team had won in Pasadena and in Denver, and generally proved a thorn in the Galaxy's side.
Jones with the right, liner. Ruiz will make it Caleb. Caleb showing at the front post. And the Galaxy take the early lead. LA with a 1-0 lead as they try to get in the box again. Ruiz, 2-0 Galaxy. Chung sees Kachow. Good lead by Spencer Richie. Kachow into the box. Taken down from behind. I think we've got a PK coming up. And this obviously changes the complexion of the game. Spencer from the spot. And it's saved by Hartman. Kevin Hartman comes up huge. Caleb and Ruiz have the goals for the Galaxy. This is Cienfuegos on. Kramer makes the save, but it's cleaned up nicely by Ezra Hendrickson. Galaxy 3, Rapids nothing. He has been every
build. Just too dangerous for the Rapids. There's Ruiz.
Ollie got on the wrong side of somebody and pulled him down, and so they had the opportunity to get themselves back into the game. And luckily, I chose the right way. He hit the ball, and I was big enough that it hit off me. As soon as it hit me, I was like, I think it's going straight up in the air. I better get up because it might still be going in. And
The series moved to Denver for Game 2, where a Galaxy victory would clinch a return trip to the MLS Cup.
Not calling one of those names, you got to wonder what's going on.
The throw by Weibel was given away, comes into Spencer. Jump shot is blocked by Tyrone Marshall, and it comes out.
Yeah, I've got one right here.
All right. Demonstrator would help, too. Kobe Jones, top of the area, crosses in, looking for Ruiz, scores! 1-0 Galaxy, and the fish from Kobe Jones. And the pressure is on the Colorado Rapids.
The man can score. I suspect even when he doesn't even get a good look at the ball, watching Carlos Ruiz dealing with Mark Chung, ultimately Chung goes up to head the ball. Ruiz clearly has the motion, but he doesn't see that ball until it clears Chung on a great weighted pass or cross from Kobe Jones to set him up.
Our corner's just going to stand over it. That is it. Our referee Alex Proust has whistled the end of 90 minutes of play, and the Los Angeles Galaxy have advanced to their 4th MLS Cup in 7 seasons. They win tonight 1-0 over the Colorado Rapids. And it's on to New England October 20th to face either the New England Revolution or the Columbus Crew. Galaxy winners, not bad at all, not bad for this season after it started out slow, but it's finishing fast for this team.
We're here with Zach, goalkeeper coach, one of the best coaches around. All right, Zach, you know, my question to you, goes to you. How do you think, the Galaxy will do this weekend in the MLS Cup?
We're bringing him to Los Angeles, dude.
We're bringing it back to Los Angeles. You hear it first right here. Okay, it's coming from the man.
the only thing that was important for me the entire season was holding up the MLS Cup. And so until that happened, there was no relief, there was no celebration, there was no nothing. It was just, we need to make sure that the guys that are new on the team realize that we haven't done anything yet. And for everybody that's already been here, they know that we haven't done anything yet because they've experienced a long postseason. It's like the longer that you go in the postseason, the more it hurts once you're done, you know, because you've gotten that close to winning the MLS Cup and you haven't done it. So it weighs on you. And so for me, it's weighed on me in 2 other MLS Cups, and for Kobe and Cian and some of the other guys, it's weighed on them in 3 other MLS championships.
This was my first final playing in. I was up real early the day of the game. I mean, like, dark outside, like 4:30 a.m., kind of early, walking around the streets of Providence in the dark, knowing that that day I was going to play in my first MLS Cup. I honestly believe that what you do during the regular season and the success that you have on a consistent basis will be rewarded. I truly believe that. Because of what we did from preseason until the MLS Cup, we deserve to win it. And that's what I was thinking about.
ABC Sports and Major League Soccer welcome you to MLS Cup 2002 from Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Here now, your host, Terry Gannon.
And we welcome you to Foxborough, Massachusetts, where a record crowd of almost 60,000 is expected to lay at Gillette Stadium, the Big Razor, as they call it, the site for MLS Cup 2002, the Revolution taking on the Galaxy. The LA Galaxy led by the Little Fish, as they call him, the striker from Guatemala, Carlos Ruiz, who had 24 goals during the regular season, added 7 in the postseason. That is a playoff record. And for the Revolution, the 22-year-old Taylor Twellman, the youngster, he had 52 points. That led the league this year.
And Alexi Lalas is coming home, sort of. His MLS career began the first 2 years he played. He wore the colors of the New England Revolution.
Revolution in white, Galaxy in teal. Galaxy will take this kickoff as Ruiz sends it back. MLS Cup 2002 is underway.
So on the surface, it's Hollywood style and pizzazz. The LA Galaxy against some New England grit, determination, the working class ethic of a Steve Nicol, who came from the Liverpool system.
Ruiz. Franchino is back with him, and now Ruiz and Franchino say hello. Out wide, Ralston. MLS assist leader sets it up hard and missed it. He got a piece, but not all. And LA is fortunate that that ball didn't stay away. Cienfuegos with a kickoff. He holds. Cienfuegos inside. Ruiz. And yes, that was a bad angle. It's a corner kick, but if anybody can score from there, it's probably this guy.
Well, the danger is not only Ruiz for the final touch, but Cienfuegos, Kobe Jones, always lurking around the edge of the box. Just now, since they sent players forward into the attack.
Oh, Jones, the clothesline by Joey Franchino. That'll be a card. Kevin Terry knows it and gives it. Franchino with room and time. The cross on Twellman. And Twellman was passing that ball for Ralston, who made the run. He was not flicking it on goal.
Oh, with Peter Vianas coming in as a defensive midfielder for the LA Galaxy, it allows Simon Elliott to contribute a bit more to the attack. Elliott possesses.
Ty Moreno's leaving, and Albright's going to replace him. So the second sub has it blocked. Jones took it away. Lead pass. Ruiz with a step behind two defenders. Ruiz trying to curve it inside. It was deflected for a corner.
And LA is starting to stretch the New England Revolution defense.
That's going to do it. That is going to do it for regulation time. There's a record crowd in Foxborough. Better than 61,000 are watching this. 61,316. Previous record in 1997 at Arcade, 57,431.
On the counter, make sure we get back. Caleb on Twellman, Tyrone on Pineda Chacon as much as possible. Right, but let's make sure when we got them wide, don't cut into where the support is. Take them outside, get to the end line. Like Kobe, you almost got to the end line on the left a little bit more, and then you're cutting all the way in, and they got to drag you down. Same thing with you. You got too much speed for them wide. Okay? Just continue to do it.
On the far side, the LA cross. Ruiz, the bicycle kick off. Oh, Brown made the save, and the rebound came out, but there was not a teal uniform in sight of that one.
Well, Aiden Brown should have been surprised because it's Carlos Ruiz, but I don't believe he expected that shot. Ruiz had his back to him, but then pulled the bicycle kick. What a finish that would have been.
Oh, yeah.
The pressure's on right now. New England just holding on.
Who is going to step up and win this one? If no one does in the next 15 minutes, we go on to penalty kicks to settle the MLS Cup 2002 to the right. Marshall. Marshall looks, Vianas hole, slips it through, Ruiz shot, Aiden Brown, save of the game for Aiden Brown. Ralston. It's loose. Griffith settles, it's deflected off the crossbar.
Well, we've seen it at both ends now. Plays that potentially would have ended this game.
Chacon, or heaps making to Chacon. Franchino. The blast was blocked by Marshall. Marshall. Both of these teams still have their legs. Here we are, 22nd minute of overtime. Marshall, step behind the defense. Ruiz is in. Ruiz is shot. Ruiz! That's it. LA are the champions.
This to make sure there was no offside on the game-winning goal by Ruiz. Certainly Marshall's not offside here on the early ball by Albright. Ruiz in the middle of your screen right here is even at least, so he's onside, no offside call here. Ruiz puts it away past Aiden Brown, a fair goal, the correct call, the flag stayed down. The LA Galaxy finally have a championship.
Cannot call them the Buffalo Bills anymore. On their fourth try, they get the win.
Ladies and gentlemen of New England, thank you for the turnout today. We now have the presentation of the Allen I. Rothenberg Trophy Commissioner, Don Garber.
Thank you, Rob. On behalf of Major League Soccer and the great fans of New England and throughout our great country, it's my pleasure to present the Allen I. Rothenberg Trophy to the 2002 champions of Major League Soccer, the Los Angeles Galaxy.
Jones, 0 for 3 coming in on this one. This has been a long time coming for this organization.
Definitely. This year, it was fourth time the charm. Obviously, the guys are very excited about all this, you know. There's a lot of hard work. You know, we got to obviously thank, you know, everybody here in the New England Revolution, fans in the New England Revolution. Great team.
Carlos Ruiz has done it all season. But boy, he made you work for that last one, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He had 3 chances, you know, and he finally put one away, but it doesn't matter. He did it, you know. We're extremely happy. Extremely happy.
Does this finally validate this team? You guys have had so much success on the international level, a U.S. Open Cup champ, but now it must be a little bit sweeter to finally get that MLS Cup title.
Definitely. I mean, it makes it very exciting for us. You know, we have one more game to go, hopefully, to get the double. You know, obviously, all of us just got to thank all the players, all the LA Galaxy fans, and thank God, number one.
Kobe, congratulations. Thank you.
With their first League Cup to their credit, the side returned to action just 4 days later to defend their U.S. Open Cup title against the first-time finalists, Columbus Crew.
Let's see the starting lineup for your Columbus.
The Galaxy were not able to produce a double for 2002, as a first-half strike would give the Columbus Crew their first Open Cup title, allowing Lamar Hunt to finally raise the trophy that bore his name. But the season would be remembered as the year the club secured another trophy, the one that had proved so elusive.
We felt at that season, all we had to do was keep them from scoring, and Carlos was going to come through with something incredible and pull us out a win, and he did every time.
If getting a 30-goal scorer only costs a watch, let's get a bunch of watches, because the people of Los Angeles and the fans that have supported this team for years now and have come out and watched guys like Kobe Jones and Mauricio Cienfuegos play and be disappointed in the end and not get that final payoff. For them, I think it was incredible, and certainly there was a burden that was lifted. And this was a team of a bunch of different people that came from so many different places. But they all understand that this was a team effort, and everybody worked very, very hard, and that was the payoff.
The only thing that made me sad about that was that some players like Robin Frazier, Greg Vanny, Paul Caligiuri, Danny Pena, who'd done so well for the club, weren't around for that final moment of winning the MLS championship, but they were part of the run, and they were part of the chemistry and the nucleus that was built up in the years 99, 2000, and 2001.
Today is a very, very, very special day for all of us that are involved in soccer in this country. We will never forget this day. It will be marked forever as a milestone.
The long-awaited groundbreaking of the Galaxy's state-of-the-art stadium sent waves of anticipation through Southern California and America's soccer community.
We had our first stadium built several years ago in Columbus, and that was the first chapter. And now the book continues to be written as the bar is raised. This new stadium for the Galaxy will, I think, be the envy of the world.
Quite simply, this would be the finest soccer facility in the world, not just in this country. Sight lines, amenities, quality of playing surface, and so for us to be an anchor tenant and to be intimately involved in this is tremendous for us and puts a lot of responsibility on this organization.
It's about people stepping up and saying that there is a future for soccer in America and a belief in the future, and that's what this is, and that's what Phil Andrews has done. So, you know, I've been around the world and I've seen the best facilities in the world, and I fully believe this is going to be as good, if not better, than most of the facilities around the world.
It's great for that team, who, in my opinion, has been the best team from day one. And being part of LA, you know, for 2 years, I have, you know, some of my heart still with that team. They deserve it, you know. It's great to see them win a championship last year, and they have good fans, and it's, you know, for the league, it's a good move, you know.
Oh, the players can't wait. I mean, it's at a point where the players want to take a tour every week, because every week it changes so much. You know, you're there one week and you see some of the seats go in, and then you're there the next week and you see the roof come online, which is going to keep the sound in and create that unique atmosphere to it. And every time I go back and look at it, and I know the players feel the same way, you're sort of left with goosebumps, because you realize it isn't a dream anymore, it's reality, and you know that it's going to happen.
Every team wants a stadium like that. I'm gonna love playing there. I'm sure the atmosphere is gonna be unbelievable. They'll get fans every game. They'll get a lot of people in there every game, and it's just gonna be an awesome place to play.
Beginning in the spring of 2002, construction would last 14 months, meaning the 2003 season would start with the Galaxy playing their first 8 games on the road.
Well, certainly it goes down as one of the more memorable moments in U.S. soccer history, and certainly is high among the achievements of MLS. For our fan base to be able to participate in the opening of such a building, for the likes of Kobe Jones that have toiled in a variety of facilities, in challenging environments, to have a kid like Mauricio Cienfuegos come out of El Salvador and dedicate 8 years of his life to receive his MLS championship ring in this building on that day, to get a handshake from Pele for winning an MLS Cup and opening this building. I mean, you could not script it any better.
You know, it's still hard for me to think back on the opening day without getting emotional. And it's still something that, for me, having been in soccer, you know, for a long time at that stage, having been in Southern California soccer for almost that entire time, it was a real emotional thing. You know, I mean, I grew up playing on this campus, you know, and never imagining that one day there was going to be a world-class soccer facility here. So for me, I look back on that day, the opening of the stadium, getting the championship rings, the banner, and it still becomes very, very, very emotional.
Well, I'll tell you, it was exciting for me. You know, that's opening the stadium, seeing all the fans here, and actually getting to meet Pele. You know, and for me, I was just, you know, overwhelmed really, and. You know, I going on the field, I don't think we have won a game yet, and you know, I just want to go out there and make sure we, you know, got a result in front of our home fans, and you know, everyone basically was watching all these big names, and you know, so I'm like, man, if this is a place to have your best game, then you know, we need to get it done today.
for a moment there, owners, players, fans, media, casual observers, we're all kind of humbled and set on the same level, because here's something that we're just a part of. This thing is going to be here long after all of us are done with this game. And for a moment there, I think we were all put into reality in the sense that we were part of history. So whether you were a fan that paid to come watch or whether you were myself that was being paid to play, we were all kind of in awe of what was going on. This is something that people are going to be talking about for years and years to come. I felt as much honor as the casual fan that came to watch, if that makes any sense.
You know, Colorado basically couldn't keep up with us. You know, we were full of energy, just buzzing all over the place, and you know, it's luckily that you know, Carlos and Simon, I think, combined on the first goal. You know, and that get everything started, and you know, everyone was happy and overwhelmed in joy, and it was great to get that first victory at home.
You could put this stadium anywhere in Europe, in any city, any place in South America, and everybody would be proud to have this place there. You know, the noise level was just absolutely superb and fantastic. Walking out on the field at the beginning of the game, you know, I know a couple of us commented on it. It felt like you were stepping on the field prior to a World Cup game.
The Galaxy's acquisition of Korean defender Hong Myung-bo marked another milestone for the club and for Major League Soccer.
It's our ability to improve our team that is foremost. We're absolutely thrilled that it allows us and gives us an opportunity to truly reflect the community we live in. We think it's an important part of our identity.
The Galaxy welcomed their new fans and also traveled to Seoul to compete in the World Peace King Cup 2003, an international club tournament organized by Pele, featuring club sides from Europe, Asia, and the Americas. LA played to scoreless draws in their first two outings, matching up with Nacional of Uruguay and 1860 Munich, before dropping a decision to PSV Eindhoven in the final group match.
Still be alive, but they need the final 10 minutes.
We were in Korea with arguably the most famous Korean in the history of Korea, with Myung-bo. So that was like traveling with Elvis. And that was exhausting because people were outside our hotels nonstop. Bo wanted to take me to eat in Korea for authentic food. And we had to sneak out of the back parking lot. It was myself, Lexi, and Bo, and we snuck out of the back driveway so no one could see us, and a car took us for Korean food. Instead of us having to pay for the bill, they just had Bo sign all the walls in the restaurant, and they left it. By the time we got outside, there was thousands and thousands of people out there, and we couldn't leave. So they had to police escort Bo back to the hotel, just so we wouldn't have to deal with all these people. But this was what our team was dealing with in Korea.
Between preseason and between 8 games on the road and going to Korea, I think something out of the first 180 days of the year, we ended up spending like 100 plus on the road. So it was very, very difficult. It was emotionally very draining.
And then we come back, and then all of a sudden it's a Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, the rest of the season. Our record didn't really take off and skyrocket at that point, even though we were having a bunch of home games. And in professional sports, it's not the fact of playing the games, it's the fact that you lose the practice time. So some changes had been made. Our team wasn't really clicking. And that year just seemed, honestly, it was 1 year, but it seemed like it was 3 years spanned out. It seemed like such a long season with all the things we had to go through.
In August, the Home Depot Center hosted Major League Soccer's 2003 Pepsi All-Star Game, matching a team of MLS All-Stars against the storied Mexican club CD Guadalajara, commonly known as Chivas. Another new face was that of Colombian Diego Serna, whose scoring talent was evident from his previous MLS stints in Miami and New England. Serna wasted no time making his mark in LA, striking in his first appearance against the Columbus Crew. Ruiz was the provider after notching a pair of his own, including a stellar finish of a Kobe Jones cross as the Galaxy steered on course following All-Star break.
Save by Kevin Hartman.
The club's final regular season home game included a pre-game tribute to Mauricio Cienfuegos, who had announced that the 2003 season would be his last.
And the rocking chair for Mauricio Cienfuegos, who is 33 years of age, the Salvadoran, an original Los Angeles Galaxy, being celebrated here with his family, members of his family. He has decided that this is it, and it's his last regular season home game.
Yeah, he's had a tremendous impact on this league. I remember the first game down at the Rose Bowl when he came, and he brought in so many fans and passion and excitement to this team. So it was great to see a good send-off. He's going to Hawaii. That's going to set the standard that every time.
Very quick, short corner. Cienfuegos headed, goal! Angeles jumps on top of the Earthquakes with an early goal, and it comes in the 6th minute. Ruiz, he is deemed to be onside this time, brings it out on top. There's a chance, goal! Is it Moreno again? Yeah. It is indeed Alejandro Moreno with his 2nd goal of the game, and it comes in the 35th minute, and the Galaxy have a 2-0 lead. 8 years worth of Major League Soccer of Mauricio Cienfuegos. He leaves in the 87th minute.
And he gets a standing ovation. Everybody cheering for him. Couldn't ask for a better game.
And hey, the 33-year-old Cienfuegos replaced by the 17-year-old Guillermo Gonzalez. Here in the final few minutes in front of 27,000 fans at the Home Depot Center. It is a complete sellout.
Yeah, he had a good game tonight. Doesn't quite have the legs that
One of the most intense rivalries in Major League Soccer is Los Angeles, San Jose, for many reasons. We always seem to be matching up in the Open Cups or MLS Cups.
Ruiz fires, chips it in.
The Galaxy had snatched the 2002 Western Conference lead from the Earthquakes on the season's final day at Spartan Stadium the year before.
Throughout the postseason, the biggest moment of the match.
But the Earthquakes had secured the top spot in this year's Western Conference, and the sides would meet in the playoffs' first round. LA hosted the first leg of the home-and-home aggregate goals series, in which the club with the most goals after 2 games would advance to the conference finals. Again, home field served the Galaxy well, as goals from Victorine and Ruiz gave the side a 2-goal margin entering the second leg.
You got to come out and you got to put your effort in, every single one of us, no matter who you are, no matter what your name is, and you got to match their intensity. And San Jose is a team where they bring intensity from every single player on their team, and we've got to match that in order to beat them.
The Galaxy's only previous postseason visit to Spartan Stadium had resulted in a 1-goal loss in the club's first ever playoff match in September of 1996.
Pescadito, aguante la Carlos, falta. La tira Alejandro, el pescadito está suelto sobre el costado, falta. Y el paso. ¡Oh! Y Robinson ahora, ahí se va de nuevo. Para el cortito, la política defensiva, incluso allá sobre el fondo se fue también Tyrone Marshall a filtrarse el marco. Y el centro. ¡Gol! De los terremotos. A corta distancia el equipo de casa. Se empató el juego.
Un poquito de actuación también por la parte de Moluni.
Super escapada, Mulroney. Pique va sobre esa concentración. serie. Increíble.
Ya no puede más, Carlos, también. Están cansados los jugadores del Galaxy porque han tenido que perseguir.
You go up there and blow a 4-goal lead basically, and that does kind of just kind of show what type of season we were having. I mean, one time we were up and the next time we were down, and for me it was disappointing because you were a champion the year before, and for some reason 2003 was just hard on everyone.
I thought our character was good. I felt Lexi played a big role in that. Peter Vinas played a big role in that year, just making sure the team stayed together. And by the time we went into the playoffs with San Jose and we were a whisker away from advancing, the team had retained a belief in themselves. I think a lesser team with less character would have stopped believing in each other, would have stopped believing in the staff, but that team stayed together, and we put ourselves in a position where we were inches away of advancing to the finals of the Western Conference.
That year was a tough year, I think, for everybody involved. Probably the toughest one since I've been here. And I think maybe that year we got so anxious about getting to the top that we maybe forgot those small steps that need to take place early in the season so you can find yourself at the end of the year. But looking back on it, I hope to say that it's made us stronger to be able to deal with things that we're going to have to.
The Galaxy's 2004 season marked their second in the Home Depot Center and showcased the evolution of Major League Soccer's next generation. The league saw an influx of new talent, said goodbye to some old friends, and saw some familiar faces in new roles as a glimpse of the future. The Galaxy's new arrivals included two veterans of European leagues, a loan from a Brazilian powerhouse, and a remarkable draft class to offset the retirements of Mauricio Cienfuegos and Alexi Lalas.
I got to the end of my playing days here in Los Angeles, and as they say, one door closes, another one opens, and I was really, really fortunate to be given the opportunity to be the president and general manager of the Earthquakes up in San Jose. I think it's important that players that understand the game on the field also get into roles where they bring that experience and bring that perspective into the business part of it. It happens all over the world, and I think that we certainly have an educated generation that's growing out of MLS, and we need to use them.
Cienfuegos closed his playing career after 8 seasons in the Galaxy jersey. The club and its fans would honor his contributions with a mid-season tribute match later in the summer.
Couldn't ask for a better game.
Other off-season departures included that of Diego Serna and a trade sending Simon Elliott to the Columbus Crew.
Here's a shot on the left side, and the Galaxy come right back.
Some of the playmaking duties would now fall to Austrian international Andreas Herzog, whose 103 caps included appearances in his country's World Cup sides of 90 and 98. Galaxy supporters were dressed for the occasion to make Herzog's debut at the Home Depot Center a memorable one. Another offensive weapon arrived in the homecoming of Southern California native Jovan Kirovski. The U.S. international had over 50 caps and had played with storied European clubs Borussia Dortmund and Manchester United.
Well, I was in Europe for such a long time. I left home when I was 16. I was there for 12 years, and I had an opportunity to come here to LA, and I'm from San Diego, so it was a great chance that I had to jump at. The LA Galaxy is the premier place to play soccer in the U.S. And for me, I knew at some stage that I'd want to come back and play here in front of my family, in front of my friends, and in my country.
Marcelo Zaragoza joined the club through a loan agreement struck with Brazilian power Sao Paulo. The promising 22-year-old would become a fixture in midfield during his debut season.
Marcelo is a kid that we identified that could come in and help us immediately. He's a kid that welcomed that challenge. He had close to 20 first-team games for Sao Paulo. As a club, they thought his development would accelerate competing for a spot in 30 first-team games in MLS rather than playing in the reserve league in Brazil.
And the draft class of 2004 would produce possibly the most promising group of young players the club had assembled in one selection since the original side of 1996.
We're very proud of the class that we brought in this year. Joseph Nguyen is an immense talent. In terms of raw ability, that kid has an opportunity to have an impact on this league that very few others have. Included in that class of Ned Grabavoy and Josh Gardner and Alan Gordon and Chris Aloisi, you're looking at 5 kids that have made our roster in 1 year off of one class. I'm not sure that's been done in MLS that often.
You know, I think their careers are going to be bright. You know, I think Ned is going to probably be playing with the national team soon, you know, if he keeps on the path that he's going. You know, Joseph, he could be playing for his national team too. And Memo, I think, you know, he just needs someone to, you know, get behind him and push him a little bit. And I think he has talents that, you know, people, you know, have known about but just haven't seen yet.
Along with the Galaxy's new arrivals, LA fans would also get a look at another heralded newcomer, as an April visit from DC United saw Freddie Adu make his Home Depot Center debut, nearly 2 months shy of his 15th birthday. In June, the Galaxy hosted 2 very special occasions at the Home Depot Center: an exhibition with Brazilian power Sao Paulo Football Club, and a tribute match commemorating the retirement of Mauricio Cienfuegos.
We have established a relationship with Sao Paulo in that we have an exchange of ideas on the commercial side of the sport, as well as we have a technical agreement where we talk about how to really manage a team through an entire calendar that has multiple competitions. In that is an agreement for player exchange. Marcelo was the first player that we identified and went down and said that person can help us. As part of that agreement is our ability to send our players down to Brazil and play in a very competitive professional environment is only going to accelerate their development.
The match honoring Cienfuegos saw the greats of the Salvadoran national side face a team of MLS stars, and the day offered a first look at the Galaxy's new home to some familiar faces.
I hoped. I always said that when this place was built, I just want one game in the Home Depot Center. But just to be a part of something this unique, to be out on the field, that'll be enough for me to say I've done everything I wanted to do.
This is actually my first visit to the stadium, and it's beautiful, it's amazing. It's all part of the process and the sport growing and becoming something that's going to be here for a long, long time.
If you were out there today, you see how we react to each other, how we act, and it's family. You know, I see Greg Vanny, it's like my little brother's around. You know, I see El Tanque, and I feel this just joy of seeing this good friend of mine who I don't get to see that often now, and CN and Fraser and Kellage. I mean, you could go down the list.
But I mean, for us, the Rose Bowl was great. Now that you see the Home Depot Center, you just imagine and think how we started this, you know, as pioneers. We were the ones that started with the league, and now we left something good for the new players.
Una breve pausa nos va a llevar impresiones de lo que está sucediendo ahí. Mientras hizo con todos, con los dos equipos, y ahora ser
partido. ¿Qué fue lo que te hizo Carlos Hermosillo, Jaime? Te vino a tirar agua en la cara. ¿Por qué te provoca?
No, muy cerca, ¿no es cierto? Atención, cuidado. Esta podría ser. Le robó Carlos Hermosillo, la mató. ¡Gol!
With action underway, the league side took a 2-goal lead on a pair of Carlos Hermosillo strikes on either side of halftime.
Le pegó. El cabezazo de Hurtado, no puede el arquero. Llega Hermosillo, gol.
But a second-half comeback by the Salvadorans saw the match level, setting up a decisive penalty strike from the man of the match.
Este podría ser su último gol, lo consigue, gol. De Mauricio Cienfuegos. Anota desde la pena máxima. Mauricio Cienfuegos enciende al público. El Salvador gana 4-3 al equipo de la MLS. Señoras y señores, aquí está, concluye el encuentro. Mauricio Cienfuegos dice gracias. Sus compañeros se acercan para felicitarlo, para decirle también gracias por tu amistad, gracias por lo que nos ha brindado. El público con estas banderas se levanta, se pone de pie y aplaude.
You start to realize you're getting old and think about the past, but it does bring it full circle. Anytime you can relive moments and kind of just, you know, instantly go back to the way it was. Those are the best moments in life.
Hasta el centro del campo. Vamos a aprovechar.
The league calendar posed ups and downs as the side continued to mesh. Consecutive losses to the Metro Stars were bookended by wins over Chicago, with contributions coming from several of the club's new faces.
Turin's ball. Henry, ball it up. Henry way off his line. Kowalski! Is it this time? Yes! Yes! In the 79th minute, a goal from the heavens! 1-0 Galaxy! What a goal for Jovan Kowalski! A candidate for goal of the year!
I remember a ball being chased down. I think Carlos tried to chase it down, and Henry Ring he cleared it, but he sort of mishit it. And nothing else was in my mind but just try to shoot. It was on my left foot, which is my weaker one, and it was coming at me, and I just went for it. And unfortunately, yeah, it went in, and we won the game, it was a great time too, because we lost 2 games, we were sort of on a downer, and we needed a win, and it was not only a goal that you don't see often, but it was a winning goal, so it was very satisfying for me, yeah.
In the 79th minute, a goal from the heavens!
The club continued their winning ways at home. A July 4th victory over San Jose launched a streak that saw the Galaxy unbeaten at the Home Depot Center for the remainder of the season. The side would not fare as well on the road, and the club welcomed one more newcomer before training their sights on the postseason. In August, the Galaxy would name Steve Sampson as the 4th head coach in club history. Sampson had coached the U.S. national team to the '98 World Cup, and more recently had led the Costa Rican national team for 2 years. The Galaxy would be his first head coaching job at the professional club level.
Galaxy has, over the years, proven that they can win championships, that they've been in the playoffs every single year. What I want to bring to this organization is not only to maintain that, but to exceed that. And bottom line is that's a high level of football, a team that loves to go forward, a team that has the ability to get back, a team that is hardworking. We want to provide an atmosphere, an environment here in the Home Depot Center where people want to come and are excited about coming. And this coaching staff is committed to doing just that, playing entertaining, hardworking, results-oriented soccer.
The Galaxy's 9th consecutive postseason appearance opened with a 2-leg total goals pairing with the Colorado Rapids. The club's last playoff visit to Denver had fetched a berth in MLS Cup 2002.
Top of the area, crosses in, looking for Ruiz, scores! 1-0 Galaxy and the...
It was a win the Galaxy would parlay into an MLS Cup championship. Now they would arrive eager to snatch an important away win in the first leg. The side saw many chances, but were unable to solve a red-hot Joe Cannon in the Colorado goal. And a second-half strike would prove the difference, as the Rapids took a 1-goal lead to LA for the second leg. The Galaxy had been unbeaten at home for nearly 5 months, but a draw would not do, as a win was needed to advance. And the second leg began very much like the first, as Cannon twice denied the home side, before a third effort broke through.
Curling to the 6th, bounce down into the net! That is a goal for Los Angeles, and they've evened up the series in terms of total goals. It's now 1-1. He's found himself in the late stages of the regular season as a starter. Trotsky off the third is knocked down, loose to the 6th, and kick, and that is another goal in stoppage time off another set piece off a restart for Los Angeles. They now not only lead 2-0, they now lead in the aggregate score 2-1.
Marshall's tally on the stroke of halftime provided the Galaxy's first lead of the series,
To the middle of the field.
and the Rapids would press for a late equalizer.
Suarez headed back by the Rapids. They've got it. The kick is deflected away by Hartman. Oh, man. Great chance for Colorado. And Hartman, the veteran, comes up with a big save. Carlos Ruiz, who scored the first of the 2 goals tonight for Los Angeles, has helped the Galaxy advance to the conference finals.
Our Coors Light player of the game is Tyrone Marshall. And Hartman had to come up with a big save in stoppage time to help preserve this series-winning match for Los Angeles.
For the 7th time in their 9-year history, the Galaxy entered the semifinal round of the MLS Cup. This time to face the Kansas City Wizards, another team the Galaxy had eliminated in their Cup-winning campaign of 2002. This year's Wizards side had finished the regular season atop the Western Conference, had beaten the Galaxy twice, and had already eliminated defending Cup holders San Jose. And it would not be the Galaxy's night, as the campaign ended on 2 goals from Davy Arnaud on either side of halftime, as the Wizards advanced to face DC United in MLS Cup 2004 at the Home Depot Center. The 10th season of Major League Soccer offers fans a look at the most significant signs of maturity achieved in the young league's first decade.
When you see teams coming into the league, when you see stadia being built, when you see higher profile players coming into the league, and when you see interest on the part of millionaires, you have to think soccer has a bright future.
In the first expansion effort since 1998, Major League Soccer added Real Salt Lake and welcomed the debut of international ownership as Club Deportivo Chivas USA entered the picture in Los Angeles.
The expansion into Salt Lake City, Utah has to impress people. And the addition of Chivas USA is going to make for interesting politics, interesting media opportunity, interesting fan allegiances, and will provide probably one of the hottest rivalries in all of sport.
The arrival of Chivas USA added an instant rivalry to the Los Angeles soccer scene and marked the league's first ground-sharing arrangement, with 2 clubs now placed at the Home Depot Center.
So I look forward to it. I look forward to the challenge, I look forward to the competition, I look forward to the expansion of the league and to seeing exactly how that plays out in its popularity.
On behalf of all the players and the fans and the organization of the Los Angeles Galaxy, I'd just like to welcome Landon Donovan to the team.
But with the anticipation focused on the new clubs, the Galaxy made a stunning preseason announcement that U.S. international Landon Donovan would join the club, as Major League Soccer had retained the player's rights from Bayer Leverkusen, where he had signed his first professional contract at the age of 16. Galaxy fans need no introduction to their newest star, as Donovan's tour of duty in San Jose had landed the Earthquakes 2 MLS Cup titles in 4 seasons with the club.
He's out of Redlands, Southern California boy, playing on the pitch here at the Rose Bowl. Great atmosphere at Spartan Stadium. Donovan connected, the drive, scores! Landon Donovan!
Now, the U.S. captain would return to his native Southern California to make his mark on the next decade of Major League Soccer wearing the green and gold.
1-2, Albright. Galaxy with all the possession early on. Karofsky, Landon. Classy. Landon, yes! 9 minutes, the first goal of the new season for the new player in LA. 1-0 Galaxy.
Soccer fans in the United States are becoming more and more sophisticated every year. They see soccer from every major league in the world. They know the difference between good and bad soccer. The Chivas Galaxy rivalry is what I believe going to raise the bar, and I think we're going to be providing the kind of intensity that the American soccer fan loves to watch.
Because of the demographics of this city, allegiances will be drawn based on nationality. And I think for the first time in Major League Soccer, you will see the passions of the fans come out. My bet is that we'll be able to not only hold our own, but prove that there's a reason the Galaxy is at the forefront of Major League Soccer.
Para buscar a Landon Donovan, que la está bajando de primera, viene el capitán, a ver, pégalo de primera, ¡gol! ¡Gol del Galaxy! ¡Valegas!
We got to show that we are the first team that's here. We're going to be the last team here. You know, that's it. We're the first and the last when it comes to soccer in LA.
Donovan was not the only new face the Galaxy fans would see. Other newcomers included draft choice Hugo Ehemelu, Guatemalan Pando Ramirez, and defender Todd Donovan, acquired in a trade that sent Ali Moreno to San Jose, where he would join former Galaxy standout Danny Califf. The club also saw the departure of Carlos Ruiz, traded to FC Dallas as Donovan was acquired. But with the new talent, the side continued to struggle, and the Galaxy managed just one victory away from home at the season's midway point. One bright spot was the emergence of forward Herculez Gomez, who returned to the club as a developmental signing in preseason. Gomez had first joined the Galaxy in 2002 and was a member of that year's championship team. He spent the next 2 seasons in the United Soccer League and Major Indoor Soccer League before returning to LA for a preseason trial, signing a contract just 10 days before the season began. Gomez opened his account with a strike against the Metro Stars in July and would finish the regular season with 11 goals, adding 6 more in Open Cup play. In July, the Home Depot Center was the stage for a night featuring more stars than a Hollywood premiere, as the Galaxy hosted Spanish giants Real Madrid. A capacity crowd saw their side battle with some of the football world's biggest names, including David Beckham, Michael Owen, Roberto Carlos, Zinedine Zidane, and Luis Figo.
Supporters, I guess, really coming from all over America to see this team that they love so much, to see the players that they love so much. We are underway, and it's the Galaxy versus the Galacticos. Guti, Zidane, oh, lovely! The step over, Zidane! Plays it in, it's onside, 1-0, there! That's all it takes, Michael Owen scores!
But Zizou, look at this sequence from the Frenchman, and look at the classy finish by Owen.
The midfield, Grammason. Gonna shoot it, Roberto Carlos! Oh, a little skin off the knuckles of Kevin Hartman.
Look at this ball bending back. Kevin Hartman wants nothing to do with it, does the right thing, punching it up and over, but one of the great ball strikers you'll ever see anywhere. Roberto Carlos.
Speed for the Galaxy. Hercules!
This is great awareness, just teeing it up, and what a great strike.
Hondo steps over, Yovan! Diogo, the two Uruguayan talents there. Oh, it's through. Figo! Oh, Hartman denies it! Oh, denied! Figo gets there, but not in time! El Gato! Hit by Garcia. Marshall, the deck. Figo. Oh, well struck in the back of the net. Roberto Soldado learned the name. Another talent for the Galacticos.
A goal in each half provided the margin, as the Spanish side held off the Galaxy for a 2-0 win.
Well, certainly, I think our guys recognize that they are talented, that the gap isn't maybe as big as people think. And if they can have this type of performance against this team, then we should do well in league play. And I think we'll come out of this feeling very good about ourselves, feeling healthy, and getting Landon back. So we feel very good about the second half of the year.
The Galaxy's 2005 U.S. Open Cup campaign began in August with a fourth-round pairing against Chivas USA. Gomez hit the score sheet along with 4 others in a 5-2 victory that also saw 5 players cautioned. The hot streak continued in the quarterfinals against the Earthquakes, as 2 Gomez strikes gave LA their 4th straight win over San Jose in Open Cup play. The semifinals offered a taste of revenge as the Galaxy dispatched the Minnesota Thunder with a 5-2 victory at the Home Depot Center. Gomez tallied twice against the club that defeated LA in the previous year's competition. The stage was set for the Galaxy to host FC Dallas in the Open Cup final at the Home Depot Center. It would be the club's 3rd final appearance in the past 5 years.
Dallas wearing their traditional red and white, the hoops, taking on the yellow and green of the LA Galaxy, defending the goal towards the right. Bryant off the pitch. I didn't see nice quick. I didn't see the referee telling him to come on, but obviously he did, and Mina's onside. Got to score! Into the area! Tackled from behind Hugo Himelu, and out for a corner kick.
Nice lead ball. And Hugo, absolutely pinpoint accuracy tackle. That's a world-class tackle, Phil. It really is.
Players warming up for Dallas, Perea and Pichkolin. So you've got to think, guys, probably preparing if they have to take O'Brien out of this game.
Here's Donovan. Overlapping run, Albright. Read well, however. Albright pushes him down. Play on, says the referee. Volley back post goal! Hercules, the mighty Hercules, and the Galaxy have taken the lead.
Tremendous goal this, well worked by LA Galaxy with lots of patience and an absolutely emphatic finish by this boy Hercules, who's just lifted his team right off the ground in this stadium. Albright, give all the credit in the world to this kid. It's a great hustle. He hesitates, he finds the man at the back post, and absolutely ricochets in off his beautiful right foot there. Hercules is full of right intention, and absolutely perfect pass by Albright.
We're proud of you, boys. You're champions, huh? You're champions.
Kevin Hartman. So for winning this year, what we promised is one night we pay all expenses. Jesus, that scares me. For a Lakers game. All right. But more importantly, the big thing's coming up here in 2 months. You guys win that, I'll buy y'all season tickets. All right.
The Open Cup victories marked a change of course in a difficult season. As internationals returned to the club's schedule, the ball began to bounce in the side's favor.
Ramirez. Off the post, off the back of Cannon, it goes in. 4-1 LA.
But a loss to San Jose in the season's last game meant the Galaxy would face the Earthquakes in the playoffs' first round. With familiar faces now wearing new colors, the season series ensured this matchup would not disappoint. The Home Depot Center hosted the first leg of the Total Goals series between the two rivals that had never beaten the other away from home in postseason play. Galaxy fans recalled the crushing playoff defeat suffered at Spartan in 2003. The Earthquakes finished the regular season atop the league table, but both sides made clear that today's result would be earned.
In the offseason, playing it to Kobe Jones. Jones hit by Barrett. This is borderline card as he had Barrett wrong-footed. It is Gomez. And he wrong-foots on that and scores.
We got to take a look at the wall. What happens when the wall breaks? That's just a great shot by Hercules Gomez.
And blocked by Wade Barrett. Sends a dangerous ball in. Miscommunication. Donovan is there!
You know, Donovan gets the goal, but this is all about the cross. That's just a great cross cover. It causes some confusion. Ball just comes right to him. Get on the end of it.
Chung.
Not a good cross.
De Rosario keeps it alive. Clark has it. Gets one off and finds net!
Big goal for San Jose. Huge goal. The fans love it. And this game just got good. You can't let the ball come down like this. There it is. You just can't let that happen.
Moreno. Albright, nice step up to win that one and plays it to Kobe Jones. Looking to go over the top. Landon Donovan. Donovan. Can he do it? You betcha! Give the young stud 2 for the day. Kobe Jones, the vet, with the assist.
Oh, here it is. You see it going right over the top. This is where speed just kills you. Cuts in front of him. Onstead not having a good day. Well, I think it's pretty clear who the MVP of today was. A lot of pressure on this kid to perform. Playing against his old team. Playing in his new home. There you go.
Donovan's pair was the difference, as LA took a 2-goal lead to Spartan for the second leg. Earthquake fans turned out to support what could be their side's final Bay Area contest.
Setting the tone, the key for the Galaxy. They want to come out in the first 20 minutes and match them play for play. It's a good ball over the top.
Landon Donovan and Caleb.
He got it!
Got it! In. Oh, it's wide! That would have been the ultimate sucker punch.
Just like I said in Galaxy game, they beat them at their own game. The ball in over the top. Landon Donovan, as quick as they get in this league. And Pat Onstad, well, he's the goalkeeper of the year. He had some English. His body was leaning, and he hoped it was wide.
His game going in order to win San Jose scoring goals. And as long as Nagamura is clamping down, well, they might be good. Hartman. Ooh. Not a good clearance. Play back in by Mullen, and there's the goal. Brian Ching.
The ball right here. Didn't play it outside the post. Poor clearance. Brian Mullen. Brian Ching. Thank you very much. And now the crowd is alive and stirring right before halftime.
Is it ever? Galaxy hanging on. Time ticking away from the Earthquakes. One of these two teams will walk out of here with a ticket to Denver.
Oh, the ball!
San Jose. This is onside. Grab a ball. Oh, yes! New Lennox Ned with a stake through the heart.
Guess who? Played him on the ground, right on stride. The man who used to call San Jose home, Landon Donovan, slips it through. Ned, no goals during the regular season, and what a time to open his account. And the Galaxy bench just erupted.
4-2 aggregate.
What a goal by Ned, and Landon Donovan. He served that one up on a platter. Well, I tell you what, Landon, book your tickets for Denver. The Rapids won over Dallas in a shootout. Talk about the Rapids. They've had success against you guys in Colorado, but this is a different Galaxy team right now, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're playing better. To come here and get a result like that, we actually should have won the game. To get a result like that is big, but Colorado, give them credit. They went into Dallas and got a result, so we'll do what we can.
Well done, Landon.
All right, thank you guys. We'll
Thanks,
see you
Landon.
later.
We'll see you in Denver.
All right.
You know, a lot of people have spoken about the Los Angeles Galaxy's ups and downs playing away from home. But one of the nice things about this veteran group and this team as a whole is that they're able to put behind them the regular league season. They know that the playoff format and the playoff time of year is the most important time of year. And this is when they raise their level. They could care less about what happened during the course of the season. They could care less about the results that have taken place both in our favor and against us. They know that they have to get a job done in Colorado, and I believe, much like the way they played against DC United in Washington, D.C. this year, we can get the same thing done in Colorado.
Invesco Field hosted the 2005 Western Conference Final, where the Galaxy would face the Rapids with a trip to MLS Cup at stake.
LA with a 1-0 lead. As they try to get in the box again. Ruiz, 2-0 Galaxy. He has been everything that he's been billed.
And though the side had eliminated Colorado 3 times in postseason pairings, they had not won a match in Denver in over 3 years' time. Joe Cannon in the Rapids' defense had conceded the league's second fewest goals against. But the Galaxy broke through with a pair of individual efforts to prove the difference. Jones's run combined with Donovan's touch to put the side ahead before the break. And Donovan's counterattack would finish the matter just minutes from time.
Steps across for Petke. Still there, Landon. Yeah! We're going to Frisco. The fuse has been lit. Magic.
Beat 3 defenders from midfield pretty much to ice the game.
After 8 minutes of stoppage time, the LA Galaxy know they are the champions of the West next weekend, heading to MLS Cup in Frisco, Texas, against an opponent to be determined.
And now they're just 90 minutes away from doing the double and adding some more hardware to the trophy case at the Stadium Club back at the Home Depot Center.
They're setting up the platform where the Western Conference Championship will be presented. The LA Galaxy are headed to the MLS Cup. Landon Donovan with a double. That's the one in the first half. The one in the second, well, it took your breath away.
I think right now the team's feeling pretty confident just from the fact from the playoffs we've been scoring a lot of goals, we've been playing well defensively, we've been doing the right things, you know, all the way through. It's a lot different than how we were during the season because things were just a little chaotic, a little hectic for us, but now we seem to be on the right path and heading the right direction. At this point, I don't think there's really going to be much of a different formation. You know, we've been playing the same way throughout the whole playoffs, so I imagine we're going to be ready to go in the same formation and, you know, match up against their formation. Landon has helped his team out tremendously this year. I mean, he's been able to score goals, but he's also been able to bring more players into the game. And he's been able to hold the ball for us up front, and that's been really important because we're a team that likes to play and have a flow in our game. And with Landon up top, it's not so much a situation where we're just kicking all the time, not able to hold the ball. Yeah, this is the second time I'll be meeting Franchino in the final. He was a teammate of mine, and he's a good friend. You know, he's a great guy. You know, but it's one of those situations when we're on the field, we know it's all about battle. You know, and we're gonna fight. We're gonna, you know, do whatever it takes, punch, fight, whatever. You know, but you know, afterwards it'll be a situation where we'll, you know, shake each other's hand, and you know, I consider him a very good friend. Matt Reese is a great goalkeeper. He's a quality goalkeeper. Even when he was here, there's always that question of who should start between Kevin and Matt. You know, so that just tells you the level of faith that, you know, everybody had in Matt. And now he's gone to New England. He's obviously proved himself. When the game's over, we're all friends again. You know, we can all be friends. And you know, he changed the jerseys just to show that there's no hard feelings. You know, 90 minutes and then 30 minutes. You know, like by that point, you know, who knows? You know. These old legs could give out at that point, you know. So, but who knows? I mean, this being my 5th trip to the finals, it's pretty special, you know, being the 5th trip and being here on the 10th anniversary of the season and being in LA for 10 years. You know, it means a lot, you know, to try to bring another trophy to this organization. You know, it's very important. This organization is one where we accept pretty much, you know, only winning. You know, here, so that's something that we want to bring as much as possible. We want to bring a lot of trophies. We want to bring championships and rings, you know, to everybody in the organization and all the fans in the Los Angeles area.
Come on, everybody. What do you got?
There, boys. Number one, we make this a home game for us. Every Saturday we turn up, we put teams under pressure. Today we go at these for the start, and then we reset the tone. No need to tell you, tackles, we make sure you win every one. Every single one of us gets one up on the guy we're against, we win the game.
You know, boys, special moments like this only come a few times in a lifetime. It's so important that you enjoy it. You deserve it. You deserve to be here. Now you got to go out there and show everyone in this world that you're champions. I believe you're champions. Okay? I have faith in you. Have faith in each other.
You stick together, we've done a whole season. We ain't coming here, one game to go, not to take the prize home. We turn this into a home game, and we get after it.
Come on, boys. Don't have one single doubt that you go out there and get this done. You have confidence in each other. Play for each other. You'll win a championship. Okay? And you'll come home with all the prizes. Okay? I love you guys. Bring it in. Come on. Come on, Joe. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go! Today from a sold-out, standing-room-only Pizza Hut Park in Frisco, Texas, ABC Sports presents live coverage of MLS Cup 2005. It's the New England Revolution versus the Los Angeles Galaxy in a rematch of the 2002 title game, a contest that LA won in overtime to earn their only MLS Cup title to date. For more on our matchup, we send it to the two who have the privilege of calling today's game, Eric Winalda and JP Delacamera. JP?
Thank you, Rob. New England Revolution in blue, LA Galaxy are in the yellow and green. And the difference between this game and the one in 2002, New England, Eric, the favorite today. They were the underdogs in 2002. And definitely one of the players to watch today, number 10, Landon Donovan, all-time leading scorer in the playoffs.
Here's the ball movement, JP. The 1- and 2-touch passing. Keep it moving. Don't let the...
Donovan into Albright. He got free. Albright on the run with Gomez. Played across, and two players get together. The legs tied one another up, and it goes the other way. LA nearly had one. What a chance, though, with Albright making that run, using that speed.
Let's watch these matchups here. Big boys coming forward for New England. Boston's got to make sure that he gets the ball past Pete Vianis, who's standing at that near post.
Ralston gets that one in for Joseph. Oh, that was Shari's moment.
He's 6'4". How can you leave a guy who's 6'4" this open, wide open?
Third corner kick for the Revolution. Ralston again. He's taking the ball right inside. Hartman punched it out. 2 fists on the ball, but he's going to get back up. LA clears it out, so Hartman escapes the danger.
There's the speed.
1 against 3. Running at Parkhurst. Goes to the outside. Donovan shot off the hand of Reese. 1 against 3, and Landon Donovan is still very dangerous. So, first half comes to a close. New England outplayed by the LA Galaxy after 45 minutes, but this half ends 0-0.
First of all, playing some great stuff. Exactly what we talked about before the game. As soon as you win possession of the ball, find Landon, find Hurt, find Kobe, find Ned, find Pete. Right away. And you can see how many opportunities, clear opportunities we've had.
You know, I hope you're just pissed off yourselves now, because that is not us that's playing out there. We're letting this team hang around, and they ain't better than us. They ain't better than us. Unless we pick it up, and every single one of us raises our level, then you know what's going to happen? We're going to give the ball away, we're going to get it and score. That's what's going to happen. But it won't happen if we go out and we do what we said we were going to do. Every single one of us steps it up, pass the ball. Just pass it.
45 minutes of commitment and sacrifice, and you're champions. Okay? Let's make sure everyone leaves it out there. Okay? Leave everything you've got for this entire season out there. Play for each other. Play with a lot of heart and conviction, boys. Okay? Everyone in. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Win! 1, 2, 3. Win!
Interesting conversation. You can assume there with Steve Sampson and Ramirez. Ramirez has been out of the starting lineup now for the past few games. That's Grabavoy in the spot. Substitution for LA. So Grabavoy leaves. Elcando Ramirez will come on. So tactical changes, Eric, for each team, and this guy has something to prove after losing his job too. Knocked out of play, LA. As a throw-in. Albright looking to cross. A chance here for LA. Another one. Donovan in front. Saved by Parkhurst. The rookie saved the goal.
Here's the chance coming in here. First, the header's kind of... There's that second chance by Hercules Gomez, but Parkhurst comes up huge. He might not be able to run with Landon Donovan, but watch his positioning here. He stays with him, stays with him.
Marshall, a Jamaican international, finds Donovan. Pulled across. No flag up. Gomez. Right down the middle. He chips Reese. Right over the bar. You live for chances like that in a cup final. And Gomez, who's been a great goal scorer this year, missed that one. The game is picked up, though, 81st minute, with overtime looming. Donovan will take it. Landon drives to the middle. Flick over, Kobe Jones. Left-footed shot. Cleared off the line. Sounded like it hit the post. LA putting more pressure on.
Does hit the crossbar. Gets a great shot. Dempsey just got a little flick on it. Almost the first goal of the game.
MLS Cup 2005 is headed for overtime. The way this is going, you would think that whoever scores that first one would be able to hold on.
Don't keep dropping off in their own 18. Keep stepping up and putting pressure on the man. We are not losing the game.
Riley. That ball stayed in play. Riley's cross. Dempsey in trouble to there. Goes free. Kept down a shot. Shane Hartman and Severely.
Now, I know it didn't look pretty, but that's New England. That's the way they've played all year. This ball popped out to Kinsella. It could have been anybody. That was a terrific goal-scoring opportunity for them.
Gomez with it. Back for Albright. Looking, passing, the header was wide. And if you're Landon Donovan, even though that was a difficult chance, you believe you can score on those.
Those first three steps are what got him there. Dorman couldn't stay with him. Knows that was so close to being a goal.
Chris Albright started his career with DC United. That one's blocked. Knocked away. Who touched it last? Oh, corner kick.
Yeah, you see Riley put his head back. He knows this is the last thing in the world you want to do. With just a little over a minute left in this first overtime period.
Sixth LA corner.
This ball path pops out again to Pando Ramirez. Coleman doing a good job of coming all the way back.
And it puts it over. Reese got one hand on it. Ramirez again. He scores! And Pando Ramirez! The Galaxy lead.
I was just saying, Pando Ramirez is in a pretty good spot. As this ball comes out to him, just keep it on goal. Not the best of crosses. Matt Reese goes out to get it. He's got to try and reset. That's just a terrific goal. You got three guys on the line. Matt just couldn't get up in time. Couldn't get up in time.
Game is not over for New England, but they are down by one. The goal was scored by a player taken out of the starting lineup because he couldn't score goals. He got one during the regular season. He was benched during the playoffs for that reason. That's what Steve Sampson was telling us yesterday. Ironic that he gets the goal.
Said this game is not over. Both teams know exactly what's going to happen now. New England has nothing to lose. They're going to throw everything that they can forward. Get it in the box. If you're New England, you got to get the ball in there now.
Heaps. Does it, knocked down, Dempsey looking, lays it up, Kinsella, missed the net. Was it deflected?
It was deflected. I think otherwise it would have been a goal. As the shot comes in, look at that, saved off the line. He's got that far post picked out. Just that little touch, saved the game.
Galaxy fans can't wait to celebrate.
That's it.
That's it. LA Galaxy, the champions of MLS Cup 2005. They win it for the second time. Let's go downstairs. Brandy Chastain is with Kobe Jones.
Kobe, how special is this, your second MLS Cup?
This is great. This is amazing. You know, we had a tough season, and a lot of people didn't think that we'd be able to do it coming out fourth in the West, and to come on top and to be champions in MLS, it's unbelievable right now, especially to have the double. I'm just so excited.
Well, congratulations. All right, enjoy it. Go get 'em.
I'm so amazed, you know. I mean, we were a team that learned a lot of lessons during the season, and fortunately for us, we were able to use those in the playoffs.
What would you say one of the lessons was that you did learn during the season that you talked about?
I think it's perseverance is one of them, you know, and not letting things get you down. I know we didn't give up a goal tonight, but last time we were here, we gave up a goal, and we took two more quick ones. And I think that if we did go down a goal tonight, that we were a more and more mature team, and that we would have been able to deal with it more capably.
Thank you very much. Go enjoy.
All right, appreciate it.
Good stuff. Way to come and do it. Good stuff.
And now it's my pleasure to present number 2, the 2005 MLS
Cup champions, the Los Angeles Galaxy. And it's now my honor to present the Allen I. Rothenberg Trophy to their team captain, Peter Vianis. Congratulations. Real quickly, we have the captain, Peter, here.
We've heard a lot about people questioning this team in our heart, but up here stands tonight 28 United Brothers, and this championship is a representation of our organization. In our belief, the best organization in Major League Soccer.
You guys had some issues going through the season, but seemed to gel as the season started to conclude. What brought this team together?
I think our unwavering support from our coach. He believed in us even when things were going bad, and that means a lot to players. We knew that if we just stuck to it and did our thing, that we'd be standing right here accepting this trophy.
Hearing this song, it's a great inspiration for us. Thank you, you deserve this trophy. I speak to all the players, we appreciate everything that you as fans have done for us by supporting us, not only here at this game, but all of you that come on the road and all that watch us on television, supporting us because we feel